Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we start on the cases on our agenda, I'd like to welcome everyone to the April meeting of the Irondequoit Zoning Board of Appeals. The fire exit is located to your left. In the event of a fire, you will be notified by an announcement. If notified, please move in a calm and orderly manner to the exit. Do not use the elevators. Use either the front or the back stairs or the north and the south stairs to leave the building. Meetings are being recorded by our secretary, well, tonight it's Donna, for the purpose of a record in minutes. So when you come up to the podium, please identify yourself each time that you come to the podium and speak into the microphone. We will follow the items in the order that they appear on the agenda. Extra copies of the agenda are on the table near the door. After the case has been called, the applicant or their representative will come to the podium, identify himself or herself, state their address, then they'll raise their right hand to be sworn, and then they may present their case. During the presentation of the applicant's case, zoning board members will have an opportunity to ask questions, make comments, or basically do anything that the members of the board wish in terms of gaining information. Once that's concluded, we'll open it up to the public hearing. There's three categories of participation in the public hearing portion. The first will be those who wish to speak in favor of the application. And I'll ask you to line up along the wall and come up, identify yourself for the record, and then tell us what you wish to say in support of the application. The next category are those who wish to speak in opposition to the application, and the same process will be followed. The last category are those who aren't sure if they're in favor or opposed to the project or don't have a position one way or the other but want to talk to us about it. You're welcome to talk to us. You can come up at that point. You have one chance to speak. If you speak in favor, that's the chance that you've had. And I see there's a number of people here tonight. What I would ask you to keep in mind is that we have a number of matters on the agenda. So if you're going to say something that somebody's already said, please say it briefly. Once we conclude the public input portion of the meeting, the applicant will then have a chance to address any concerns or questions that were raised during the public input portion. Once that's been completed, the case will be closed. We'll move on to the next case. Once all the cases on the agenda have been heard, we will then take a brief recess, probably about 10 minutes or so. When we come back from the recess, we will take up the cases in the order in which they appear on the agenda and for which the applicant is still present or their representative. No further input is allowed at this point unless it's requested by the board. You're welcome to stay and listen to the deliberation and the discussion concerning each case. If you wish to leave, you can find out the results by, if you get home in time, turning on TV and watching, or calling the town zoning and building department tomorrow morning after 9 a.m. So, with that having been said.
Do you want to announce the one case that will
yes. For those of you who may not have been aware, the application by Land Tech Surveying and Planning, acting as agent for Lighthouse Point Property Associates for area variances on premises at 951 and 1027 Thomas Avenue and 45 Pattonwood Drive, have been postponed to a later date. So we will now take the first case that actually is on our agenda to be heard today.
ZB 1604-1. Upon the matter of request by Barb Infertanato Spot Grooming for an area variance to add a 14 square foot panel to the existing freestanding sign exceeding maximum allowable square footage on premises 876-898 East Ridge Road, Ridge Hill Square, in a C business district.
Barb Infarinato. My home address, 401 Thomas Avenue, Rochester, New York, 14617.
If you could raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My name is Barb Infarinato, and I am the owner of Spots Dog Grooming. We are relocating our business from 1268 East Ridge Road to the rear lower level of Ridge Hill Square at 878 East Ridge Road. We are requesting a sign area variance to be added as an additional 14 square foot panel to the existing freestanding sign. This would be our only sign visible from the street to direct our customers to our business at the rear of the building. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
The sign is just going to be basically about the size of the two that are existing there.
That's correct.
So the need for the variance is because the total sign is too big, or is it?
The allowance is for a 60 square foot sign, which is with the top, this is currently included, the very top of the sign is included in the 60 square feet. And if we were to add an additional 14 square feet, it would exceed the maximum allowable that's 60 square foot currently.
So the sign you want to add is 14 square feet?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that is your main eye contact with the traffic on Ridge Road, right?
Exactly. That will be the only visible sign at the road to direct our customers to the rear back of the building.
What's it going to say on it?
It's going to say Spots Dog Grooming at rear of
Oh,
building.
rear building. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Anybody in the plaza or anybody else objecting to it at all?
No, sir.
In looking at the proposed picture that you had with your sign included,
Yes.
I know that the Tuxedo's K9 is also in the rear.
Yes.
Is the chiropractic and physical therapy also in the rear?
No, the chiropractor is up front.
They're up front.
Yes.
All right. But none of the other businesses that are up front have a sign on the sign.
That's correct.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, is there anybody here who wishes to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone who wants to talk about grooming or signs? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the hearing with respect to this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, ZB 1604-2. Upon the matter request by Jose Rodriguez and Lori Hainford for an area variance to park a boat in the front driveway year-round exceeding seasonal limits set forth in Section 234-104-8.e of Town Code on premises 1241 Titus Avenue in an R1 residential district.
My name is Lori Ann Hannaford, 1241 Titus Avenue.
My name is Jose Rodriguez, 1241 Titus Avenue.
If you could raise your right hands, do you both swear or affirm that everything you say tonight be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. We are applying for a variance to allow our boat to be parked in our driveway year-round because we're not able to comply with the law because of the uniqueness of our property. The way it sits on our lot doesn't allow us to park it on either side of our house. We don't have access to our backyard because of the fencing. And our driveway is long enough and large enough to allow us to park, or store, I guess is really the term, the boat in our driveway without creating any hazards to any of our neighbors. And we are extremely well-kept property, and we don't believe that it will decrease the property value in any manner. You want to say anything?
Compliment, you do have a well-kept yard, and it's always looking very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The question I have is I am a boater. We used to be a boat owner in the town, also had the same issue about parking the boat through the winter and had to pay to have it parked. They used to park down at Shumway for the wintertime, winter storage. And the reason you don't want to do that,
Well, one is the expense. Two is because our property is well kept, and my husband likes to tinker with things. And on any warm days, he might want to go out and do something, I don't know, blow the snow off, do different things like that to keep the boat in good condition.
well, and I understand that. However, similar to that, I used to go down and, visit mine during the winter also and
Right.
and take care of it at winter storage.
We're not afforded the opportunity to be able to comply with the law because of the way our property is set up. I know you guys can see our property as you leave. We don't have the area to park on the side. Even if we could get it to the garage through the fences, that boat would be sitting and our neighbors look out onto that because their property sits facing our backyard. I'm sure they don't want to look at that all winter long. We have shrubs up on one side. Our neighbor didn't even know we had a boat when we went over and asked them to sign whether they mind or they had a problem with us parking there. Our other neighbor, again, because their house sits so far back, they've never even seen the boat either. And when we purchased the boat, we had no idea that this was a town ordinance. We learned of this because we received something in the mail. This may have changed our decision about having the boat to enjoy our leisure time because
A similar thing happened to me.
I hear you. Do you have the same type of property where you couldn't comply? I mean, some people just don't want to. We can't. It's not.
I couldn't comply. I had a very narrow lot at the time, and I couldn't put the boat back behind the house or next to the garage. But, there were people on the street that didn't like it, and, I had to.
Well, the other situation is this. I mean, we are on Titus Avenue. I do understand we are R1, but there are many businesses on Titus Avenue. The lots that do sit across here are very large lots. I mean, they're not, it's not tiny. No one's squished in any manner. If I drive down the street and I don't want to see 15 cars parked at a gas station, and that's 5 houses down, I mean, that's not that far. That, to me, is more of an eyesore than my boat.
How long have you had the boat?
4
About 4 months.
4 months.
Now, I'm over here. I almost missed it when I drove by today because
It sits so far back
Far
in the
back,
lot, yeah.
oh, there it is, as I went by. It's 21-foot boat, right?
Yes.
And I don't think that creates a real eyesore for the town or neighbors or anything. But when we approve a variance, it's like forever. And I think, I have no problem with the size of this boat, but if in a couple of years you want a 50-foot yacht out there,
We would come back.
that would be.
We would consider that. Believe me, there won't be a 50-foot yacht out there. I can assure you of that for several reasons. But I didn't think that included any boat that you parked in the driveway if you had a variance. I thought it would be limited to what you applied for the variance for.
Well, it may very well be, because we do have that option to
No,
put
We're all right with that.
Yeah.
limitation on it.
I'm curious as to why it can't get into the back.
Fencing.
Our property is, from the house to the neighbor's, property is like about 9.5 feet. The boat's more than 9.5 feet wide, and there's shrubs that goes down, all the way down from the street right till the
On-
fence and the street behind us.
On both sides of the house?
Yes. And also our air conditioning unit is on the one side of the house that we would not be able to pass through because of that also.
Because where I get hung up is the same thing that Mike was pointing out about how it's unique. I mean, there are plenty of other properties in town that or you can't put something at the side or get it into the back. My concern is if we granted you a variance, that then everybody else would feel that they were entitled to the same thing, and at that point, it sort of makes the code a little less than.
Well, the other issue that you may consider is that the purpose of the code, we don't feel that purpose is being violated in any manner by us parking our boat in the driveway. I read through the purpose, and we are not, no hazard with traffic conditions. Nobody has any problem getting in their driveway. Our driveway the boat sits way back in our driveway. Our house sits back. Really, the only thing would be the eyesore, if somebody would consider that would lower property values. And I would say it wouldn't any more than any of the other businesses on Titus Avenue.
Is there a garage?
We do have a garage.
And you can't put the boat in the garage?
We can't put the boat in the garage because we store other winter items in the garage. We have our hot tub in the garage, we have our ATV in the garage, we have our snow blowers in the garage. I mean, this is how my husband keeps these properties, is because we have these things in our garage, and he goes out and he takes care of it. And, some people would say our driveway's heated because there's no snow ever on our driveway. So,
The overall expense of renting a spot to winter storage for that size of a boat is not a large expense, but like the chairman said, you have boats, you have sporting trailers, ATV trailers, you have motorhomes and trailers and pop-ups and all that are required to store elsewhere during the winter months. In the event we said, it's okay for you to do it, it would be okay for just about anybody to do it who couldn't get their boat in the backyard.
well, if they complied with, if it again violated the purpose of the law. If they don't violate the purpose of the law, I don't understand why they wouldn't be able to.
Well, I think the idea of it is also to keep it aesthetically nice, and yes, your house is aesthetically pleasing, but to have a boat stored there all winter out in the driveway, there are probably some people that don't appreciate it. And again, if it would be, similar to where my old house used to be. There were some neighbors that didn't appreciate it, and I understood.
What is the maximum, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What's the maximum expense to store the boat?
I'm sorry, we never investigated that again. We just purchased the boat in October. We had no idea until we received the notice in the mail that we were violating any ordinances. Obviously, our intention was not to do that. I don't know, but I can tell you the expense of the boat is expensive, paying for it. Obviously, we didn't pay cash for it, and not looking forward to incurring any more expenses for it is kind of our point. And one more thing, just to address the uniqueness of our property. I don't know anybody who has a U-shaped driveway on Titus Avenue. Or, even in the area. So that in itself is unique, as well as the way our lots are set there and the staggering of the houses.
I thought earlier I heard you say that it's a 21-foot boat.
That's correct.
And then you also said that it's 9.5 feet from the house to the sideline, but on the letter that you submitted with your application, you indicate that the boat is 8.4 feet wide, which is less than 9.5 feet, and 24 feet long.
That's with the trailer. That's
Okay.
the boat on the trailer. That's why it's a little, that's why it's
So the trailer
longer.
adds the 3 feet.
Yeah,
Okay, but the 8.4 feet wide?
is the width of the trailer from, and we have 9.5 feet with a row of shrub in there. So we have 9.5 feet, and then we have a row of shrubs that are, some of them are trees, actually, before you get to our backyard, that go all the way down.
3-foot walking space, 3 to 4 foot.
I can understand that you'd like to avoid the storage cost that would be associated with the boat. I'm recalling that several years ago, we had someone who had an RV that they parked in their driveway, and they couldn't get it into their backyard. There was plenty of room in the backyard, but they couldn't get it there because of the side distances on the side of their house. And we didn't allow that because it's a variance, and it wasn't unique, and it, wasn't any kind of an extreme hardship. So I'm having a hard time. I mean, I sympathize, I understand you didn't know, but, I'm not sure that there are other places in town where you can store boats, campers, things like that, and, that's,
An RV's height is also very high, so I can understand where that possibly may be disturbing to some neighbors not being able to see down the street.
we've had
This is not a very
applications-
high.
I know, we've had applications for landscaping trailers, which are lower than your boat, to be stored in driveways. We've had
I see.
application for construction trailers. We've had applications for RVs. We've had applications for boats. And I'm trying to recall, but I can't recall any of them that we've granted.
Well, again, I would point out the uniqueness of the situation.
that's
that
what
we
I'm
are
trying
able
to
to
get
not. Well,
to.
that's what we do not feel that the purpose of this law and the intention of this law is violated by us parking our boat in our driveway.
Okay.
Because our driveway, we can park 17 cars in our driveway.
That would be legal under the code, that would be permissible?
Correct. But what I'm saying, not if we store them. So if the car is parked there longer than 10 days, no, we cannot, according to the town code. So then it's stored. So you can't store any vehicle,
Right, you have to have a.
is
car
my reading.
registered.
Well, it has to be registered and licensed,
Sure.
but
And so
if
is the
it's
boat.
registered and licensed, you can have it in your driveway. It's a car. It's
My
not a
understanding is that
recreational-
not if it's stored. So if I put a tarp over it to store it and didn't drive it,
Yep.
I think the definition of storage is more than 10 days, not moving it.
Well, you're asking for a variance from Article 20, which is the recreational and commercial vehicle section of the zoning code. I don't have anything in there about what constitutes storage or anything else.
I read it through when I was reading
Yeah.
through parking and storage, because I didn't understand the difference between parking something
Right.
and storing it. I mean, if he parked it and he drove it around the around the block once every week, is that then parked and not stored? I mean, that's,
I mean, it specifically says boats and RVs and recreational vehicles and recreational trailers cannot be stored in your driveway for the winter months.
There's
and
some
that's the definition of storage and park. So again, I mean, if then he moves it to the other side, is that now
You wouldn't be able to
parked?
even park it there nightly. It's,
This is different from the storage provision that you're referring to. And actually, we have a pretty liberal ordinance as far as recreational vehicles and boats go, because many municipalities have passed zoning restrictions that don't allow them on residential properties at all, anywhere on the property during the winter months,
for full year.
or some full year, yeah, other than,
I truly wish we could comply with this situation. We're not looking for, to break any laws. I mean, that's not our intention. Never our intention. And again, I mean, ignorance is no excuse, but we really did not know that this ordinance existed.
a lot of people don't know about ordinances that exist
I know.
and find out about them this way. Others make inquiries and find out in advance. That's not the issue. But what you're asking us to do, the basic nature of a variance, is you're asking us to excuse you from complying with the code that the rest of the town is expected to comply with. So it's not your intention to break the law. What you're asking us to do is change the law for you.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Understood. And there's standards that have to be met for us to grant that request. One of those is that there's some unique circumstance, and quite frankly, I'm not finding it yet.
I'm sorry, I have no more than what I've already said about us not being able to park it on side lots. We can't get it to our backyard. Our neighbor would be viewing it in our backyard year-round from their living room because their property sits back there. I mean, it's,
The front of their house is in our backyard.
I understand.
there is an ordinance where you can park it. So if we can't comply with that ordinance to park it because of the situation of our property, that makes the property unique. If our property is able to have the boat and not interfere with the pleasure and enjoyment of any of our neighbors, then I'm not seeing where the problem is in granting the variance.
Speaking of neighbors, I noticed you have a couple of support signatures on your petition here to do this. I'm not sure where these homes are located. Are they one on each side of you?
Yes.
Side of us, yeah.
Okay, did anybody give you an argument about this at all? Did you talk to?
No.
so you're
No, and in
concerned
fact,
neighbor-
one of our neighbors even said to us, I didn't even know you had a boat.
Okay, now I also would like to add, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, but
Certainly.
I think we have granted something like this in the past. That one down on, it was a work vehicle, I think, and it was hidden in the trees, basically, off of, I can't think of the street now.
Oh, over back by Densmore Heights.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That was pretty unique, but I guess my point is that granting or not granting the variance really doesn't set a precedent because, and some people think it does, but because it really doesn't, we consider every individual case as they come along and look at every aspect of it and that type of thing. So it's not a precedent-setting thing one way or the other. It's unique to your situation.
Correct, and I wasn't trying to say that us asking for the variance would then create everybody else asking for the variance. I didn't think that we were judging on what everybody else would do. It's really what we would do.
Everybody would have, the people would have to come up and state their case as we are.
Oh,
Yeah,
I understand that.
yeah. Yeah, and actually, to speak to your shrubs and the trees, our back boat is set back far enough that there is a whole row of trees and shrubs that block that from the view if you are looking down the street, if the houses weren't staggered and nobody on that end of it can see it, and the property on the other end is set back. So again, I don't think it would be interfering with the enjoyment or block views of any of our neighbors. And we're certainly neighborly.
I don't think that was ever questioned.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the board?
Just as a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, the seasonal restriction that the applicant is seeking a variance from applies whether or not the vehicle is parked or stored pursuant to the definitions in this particular section. There is that 10-day distinction that the applicant mentioned, but the seasonal restriction applies to both parking and storage.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Anyone that'd like to talk to us about storage of boats, RVs, anything like that? Oh, here comes one. See, you never know about that third category.
Can we step away or?
Sure.
Yeah.
Good evening. Steve Takich, Thorndike Road, architect and resident in Arundequite. Sounds like they're great neighbors. They love their boat and they love shrubbery and such. I don't know the uniqueness of the property. Is it conceivable that they could add an additional overhead garage door to the rear of the garage and access the backyard that way? Thank you.
Okay.
Good idea.
Very good idea.
And,
One thing I wanted to bring up before you close.
well, I wasn't going to close. I was going to give them an opportunity to address the point that he just raised,
Oh, okay.
which actually I had thought of earlier, and then that flew the coop somewhere along the afternoon.
So my husband's pretty handy, and we have thought about doing a rear access garage door. However, if we do that, it will be disturbing our neighbors. because, again, our neighbor's property sits,
Behind
so
our
it
house.
faces our backyard. It's behind our house. I mean, their backyard is very small. They would be looking out at this boat.
How far back do the
Our
shrubs
house
go?
is in front of our neighbor's house. Their side of their house is behind our house. It's probably the original old farmhouse.
How far back do the shrubs go?
The shrubs,
Go back to go all the way
house
back,
is-
but we're talking about the neighbor on the other
the
side.
windows are higher than the shrubs.
I thought there were shrubs on both sides.
Chris?
There's shrubs on both sides, but when you get into the backyard, there's a fence, and we have trees and stuff that are back there, groomed trees and stuff. It doesn't block their living room. I mean,
One
I don't
side
even know
of
how to,
blocks, they're like 15-foot high evergreen trees. The other side, they're just shrubs.
and it's a very short fence. That was the existing fence when we moved in. It's not even a high fence on that
It's a
side.
4-foot high fence.
It says the boat is 4.8 feet high at its highest point. So what about some 4-foot arbor vitae or something like that to cover the view for your neighbor?
Well, that would be neighborly.
Yeah, I,
No, I understand that, but I mean, then we're asked to put the back of our house, put a,
so I just want to be clear, the back of your garage does go to the back of the house. It's not like putting in a garage door at the back would move the boat into your family room or something.
no, the back of our garage does go to the back of our house. We, again, we have a hot tub in there, we have, I mean, you know, there's a lot of items that are stored in the garage that
Pretty permanent.
are, yeah, they're not movable, they're not on wheels, we can't move them around. And the hot tub sits on the back rear of the house,
Okay,
in the garage.
I'm looking at a satellite image of your house now. You have to the west side, you have the trees. To the back, it looks like you have shrubs across the back. So I think putting shrubs up, and to the right side, yes, the house is to the rear, but you also have a line of shrubs and a couple of trees, and it look like their view to the rear of their house, or to the west side of their house, east side of yours, you have a line of shrubs and trees.
Correct.
So putting the boat in the rear-facing door would not be detrimental, and then you have a swimming pool in between that.
No, the swimming pool is behind us.
Okay, it was behind you, right?
It's,
So you have a swimming pool that separates the rear of the house. So I'm not sure how.
so the people that are
Your
next
door
to
is gonna
us,
be-
I mean, obviously in the wintertime, the leaves fall off the trees. There are trees back there. Most of the shrubs, they're shrubs. They're shorter trees that line that one side of our yard. When they're in their living room, so their house doesn't sit level on the ground, when they're in their living room, I literally can watch their TV. So that's in the summertime when I'm out in my garden. I mean, it's almost embarrassing sometimes if I see them get up and go and do whatever they have to do. I don't want them thinking I'm spying on them or something, but I mean, it's a very clear view. I mean, I don't know any way to say it except for that.
Where it is, they don't see it. If we put it back there, they would see it all the time.
Correct.
Is the stockade fence still up on your neighbor's property?
Yes.
On the one side, yeah.
And that's the one you're talking about that was?
No, it's on the other side. There's a shorter fence on the other side.
East.
I don't even think, I'm talking, just like the going around back. See.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing I just wanted to add, in the event that this gets approved or turned down, if it did get turned down, they're allowed to keep the boat there now from April 1, I believe, until November 1. So they would have all season, I don't know where they went, but we would have all season to figure out what you're gonna do for next winter. So at this point, it's there and it's okay. But we're looking ahead to next season,
That's a good point.
you know. Anyway.
Okay,
Next item?
continue? Okay. ZB 1604-3, upon the matter of request by I Square LLC for an area variances to install 2 small wind energy systems with less than required setbacks on premises 400 Bakers Park in a MUC mixed-use commercial district.
Good evening, Board. My name is Mike Nolan, 350 Kings Highway North.
And my name's Diane Zachran. I live at 282 Bellhurst Drive.
If you can raise your right hands. You swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
We're here tonight to seeking an area variance at the location of 500 Bakers Park. It's an area variance from our wind code, which we have a code for. The Irondequoit Wind Code calls for turbines with a maximum height of 150 feet, which we're well under at 105 feet. Further, the town is in Irondequoit is a climate-smart community as adopted by the town board in 2009. The specific variances are area variances for setbacks for standards A1 and A4 from the right-of-way and property line, which are one and the same. Quebec, the climate-smart community. Our pledge in 2009, when this was adopted, was to set goals, inventory emissions, and plan for climate action. Decrease community energy use, increase community use of renewable energy, realize benefits of recycling and other climate-smart solid waste management practices, reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the use of climate-smart land use tools, enhance community resilience, and prepare for the effects of climate change, support development of a green innovation economy, inform and inspire the public, commit to an evolving process of climate action. We are hoping to begin the construction of our Building 4, the Imaginarium, this June. The Imaginarium will be an art and science educational center. The space is free to the public to enjoy and hopefully will be frequented by different schools and educational groups. But it's also readily available to the public, located within I Square, a highly trafficked area that we feel that the Imaginarium will bring a lot of sustainable, earth-friendly practices to the forefront and put them in a closer visibility than in virtually anywhere else that I've been. The building will be a state-of-the-art public showcase of on-site power creation, demonstration of all 5 forms of renewable energy sources, including sun, solar power, geothermal conditioning using the Earth's heat, wind turbines. This is small wind, which is probably going to be a very, very important topic tonight because small wind, considerably different than utility scale wind. A lot of the objections you'll routinely hear on utility scale wind and wind farms, namely, are considerably different than that of small wind, and we'll touch on that. We'll use biomass, tidal power. Tidal power is a little hard to come by in Irondequoit, but we're using our rainwater harvesting system in addition to our to supplement our power creation as falling water has the ability to turn interior small wind turbines. It'll be one of our science demonstrations. It's really cool. But we'll have a host of renewable forms and clean power creation methods. The building at the end of the day will be a net zero building, meaning that we'll have no electric consumption throughout the course of the year. We may have some during certain seasons, certainly in the middle of summer, but that's mitigated or offset, and we expect to end the year, not the first year, of course, but we expect to end each year with a zero consumption of electricity, and natural gas won't even be piped into the building at all. The end result of a net zero also will be a zero carbon output building, and self-contained, and pretty cool for people to see. We've done our best at everything we've done at I-Square to stay within, to build within the mixed-use commercial code, to stay within all the codes that apply to our area. This is the first time we've had to ask for a variance from any type of, or relief from any type of code. And it's not that we couldn't put the wind turbines up without it. They would have to be positioned in a spot that isn't nearly as attractive or beneficial to our site, and therefore wouldn't function as well and would affect the construction and development of our further plans. So
And where would that be?
it'd actually have to be right up near Baker's Park, to the front of the building rather than the rear of the building would be, but the only position where the fall zone would be all on our property and obviously would affect the dedication of Baker's Park when that happens.
I have a question for Ms. Ivers. In looking at this small wind energy systems part of the zoning ordinance, how many small wind energy systems are allowed on one parcel under this ordinance?
I don't believe that there's a limitation. I'm going to check the code right now as we're chatting.
Because when I looked through it, it keeps talking about a system and a system and a wind energy system, and I don't see it, referring at any point to anything plural.
I think the system speaks to a turbine. It doesn't define that it's just one turbine.
And then I'm also, as I was looking through it, 235-167, which specifically addresses variances, and says, notwithstanding anything contained in the town code, including this chapter to the contrary, variances to the distance requirements and other requirements and standards contained in this article are not permitted. Now,
I'll let
the
our-
attorney's already told me that that may not be valid under state law, but why was that included in there when this ordinance was passed?
I can't speak to that. The deputy attorney that serves this board now was not in place at that time, and I'm not sure how that was adopted with that language, to be honest with you.
All right, because my concern is that while it may not be enforceable as a matter of state law, it certainly speaks to what the intention of the town board was at the time, and apparently a very strong concern that the distance requirements be met.
Yeah, I'd also point out that I think it was at the time when much larger systems were being contemplated in outlying areas, and so that may have been, again, I can't speak to the intent of the language, but I will say that there is a section of the code in this that speaks to the districts where it's allowed, and it's permitted in all districts. So if there was concern about it being located in one or another, that might have been the place that would have been contemplated.
Well, right, but it may have been that the distance is what led them to conclude that it's okay in certain areas that they otherwise might not have permitted it in because they've put in distance requirements that might have the effect of limiting places where it could possibly be built.
Again, I can't speak to the intent, the folks that would have drafted that language I don't believe here at the town anymore, so I don't have the benefit of history to be able to report back the intent. I do know that the zoning code specifies the districts where it's allowed and indicates it's allowed everywhere. I'm not sure how that requirement or the restriction, essentially it's negating this board's ability to do its job in granting relief from the code, and so.
Well, that thought crossed my mind immediately when I read it.
Right,
Then-
and we didn't realize that, to be honest with you, did not realize it existed until we were looking at the code more closely, and the first question I asked in looking at the code was, is this even legal to have in the code? And the determination was that it was not enforceable.
Yeah, and to follow up on what Carrie said, I would counsel the board that this generic prohibition on the granting of variances isn't enforceable under state law, and I would urge you to consider the traditional area variance factors that you would otherwise consider in granting the fall zone variances.
But my concern is, again, they put that in there, And in reading it, they put in all zoning districts subject to the following requirements. And the first thing that's listed are setbacks. And then they've passed later on something that's saying, and we mean it. We mean these setbacks. We don't want you changing these setbacks. And my concern is that, were those setbacks taken into account in determining that it would be in all zoning districts as opposed to restricting it to certain districts? Do we have any, are there any, I know with the state legislature, they have legislative history, they have memos, they have things that are written that describe the bill and talk about what its purposes are in broad and expansive terms. Do we have anything like that in the town?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And one of the standards is for granting a variance is whether or not there are other alternatives to granting the variance that would be available. So if you could address your indication that it would have to be in the front, that would meet the distance requirements?
Correct. The only real alternative, if you look at the site as in its entirety, would be to put right up on the edge of Baker's Park in the same location where we intend to build the building. That creates a number of different issues, and I think creates a larger concern than putting them on the rear of the building where it's intended. Where we've drawn them, I don't. Did that answer?
Other than potentially interfering with the construction of one building, what would be the difference between front and back? It seems to me in terms of visibility, it's not going to be that much different in terms of where it would be visible from. I don't know how, forgive me, but I don't understand how turning blades at the top of a tower results in energy inside a building. It's got to come there some way. Is that from wires, or how does it get from the top of the tower into the building?
Correct. The wires and infrastructure breaker systems are run internally down through the monopole, underground into conduit, and then into the basement of the Imaginarium, where from there it'll go through some sort of transformer, and then it'll be placed between our electric meter and where the service comes into the building, so that it has the ability to push our meter backwards when we're making more power than is being consumed at that moment.
And maybe this was covered, I've read a lot of stuff about this and I can't recall. Is there a barrier towards mounting a shorter tower on the top of the roof and running it directly into the building?
There is. There's a couple of things. It brings it into one. The code doesn't address building mounted ones, which we would have most likely ended up here in that case. We like the idea of the sidewalk mounting because it gives us the ability to put a really heavy ballast below it. The ballast or the counterweight, what these are attached to underground, we want to put in considerably oversized to put that up on the third story of the building, that same amount of grip to the actual monopole. Is much easier to do that into the ground and more discreet.
I'm not sure I understand. I know the taller buildings downtown have like 3-foot square massive poles that go all the way up through the middle of offices and other things. Couldn't something like that be put in the corner of a building to support the tower up on top and not take away from the building? It'd just be the corner?
I think it probably could be. It wasn't the way we had designed it from our plans, but I'm not sure that's not possible either. I'm sure anything is possible with that. They're mounted where there's wind turbines mounted on the Eiffel Tower. We know it can be built. They can be done in building mount.
Alternatives, solar power. I mean, you've got all your buildings going up, and you got a lot of roofs. Had you looked into that versus these wind turbines?
We have wind turbine. Solar power is our second. Solar power and wind are the two primary drivers of wind. We have solar just about covering the entire roof for this building. Found a unique way to do them. We have them mounted up off the surface of the building so they provide shade and comfort while you're up on the roof. So they're mounted up off it, but they're pretty densely installed. We have 70% of the roof area is covered with solar to achieving net zero is a tall order. We have to.
That's on this new building.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, right next door to the existing.
And then putting more solar panels on your existing building, on your new utility building.
It's possible, but it negates our net zero factor because the building has to. We have to have it self-contained, where everything is made on within the footprint of the building itself. So it opens up the ability to use our parking area. But once you go into other buildings, it's really a shared resource at that point.
Okay.
So you're saying that by designing a carport in one of your parking lots, that would negate the net zero?
No, as long as it's in the parking lot that supports this building, so the parking lot that goes across behind the existing Murph's Plaza where our geothermal is, that is also a consideration to do it. That's the same way we've set up for it in the maintenance and recycling center, where we have the 3 posts. Those are intended to hold carport size solar panels and support that building. But I can't use the power created at the maintenance and recycling center to achieve my net zero in building 4.
One more question, Mike. In the packet that you handed out to us, the Excel 10 kilowatt wind turbine, it sounds like the one you're going to use. It suggests that these are for any place but where you're putting it.
That's come a long way. Depends on the age and the materials you see on them. We brought some, Leslie, do you have those pictures? We brought some additional documentation that we received in conversations with Berge, and we'll pass them out, but there's a number of handouts that show them, the actual Berge XL10s installed in Walmart parking lots, mall parking lots, and at 2 colleges where they're directly in parking lots coming directly out of parking spots. And
right,
so
but larger space with no buildings or other lot lines to worry about.
Now these appear to be in pretty heavily trafficked areas, but
the other question I noticed in your drawings, in your artist rendition of the building, and your drawings of the it's really not to scale. This particular one here, the building is a 3-story building, and the towers are going to be roughly 10 stories tall. So it's this is kind of showing it's like almost 6 stories tall, and then also the other one that's your artist rendition, which is actually nice looking. Not quite showing that they are really going to be. I mean, when I first looked at that.
Can I hold you up 1 second? 10-story building would be 145 feet tall. These are going to be 105. So those are drawn to scale.
Well, your overall height is going to be 117. So.
To tip a wing, right?
Okay.
But that is to scale.
Still higher than the way it looks here, and also the way it looks here. So when I first, my point is, when I first saw this, I thought, well, that's not that ugly. Mm-hmm. You know, and the other worry that I had was, residents, how far away are they going to see it? If it was too close to my house, I would worry about that, and also noise, and so on and so forth. But from what I'm gathering, it's going to be a lot higher than it looks to be. Anyway,
But those drawings are to scale. If you take in proportion that the height of the building and the height of the tower, that's exactly as it would look, and as we construct them. You'll actually
have to be that tall.
That's the first place we get to near maximizing the efficiency. The ideal height's about 145 or 150 feet for us. What happens is when you're going up, once we get above 70 feet, they'll start to be productive. When we get to about 100 feet, they're nearing their moderate, what their expected level of productivity is. When we get to 150 feet, they would be over. But the difference between the 105 and the 150 didn't feel like we gained enough between those two numbers that, the increases slowed down once we got over 100 feet.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the significance to the height is how far above the ground it is, right? As opposed to how tall the pole is. The pole is just to get the rotors up to the right height, right?
Correct.
Because as I look at the map and exploring what came up earlier, it seems to me that if you moved, and let me see if I'm clear on this. Strathallen Park, that's a dedicated road. The town owns that, right? Baker's Park is so far undedicated.
Not yet dedicated, correct.
All right. And Stranahan Park,
It's town-owned.
that is town-owned. All right. So if the Music Way and the parking lot there, is that owned by,
Music
I-Square?
Way is to be dedicated, yes, it's currently owned by I-Square.
but it's all owned by you now?
Up to about 20 feet before it hits House of Guitars, there's a division there.
So if I look at the map, this map, if I mark, and I'm doing it on the edge of a paper, but if I take the distance that you're over the boundary line to the outer green line, which is what the variance that you're asking for, right, and I move those poles to the front corners of this building, then you don't need a variance.
Correct.
So I guess my question is, what would be entailed in doing that? And is that, I don't know if that's an answer you can give us tonight, or what would be involved in getting an answer to that?
Not a lot. We've done a lot of research on that. That was subject of long conversation, as we did intend to try and complete I-Square without ever needing a variance. When it came down to a couple of key features, and it's really about the neighborhood and the walkability, to keep the alignment of all our front buildings on the same plane was important to us, so that we keep an nice even sidewalk and all the storefronts, there's not a lot of variation. It's part of the original plan.
I'm not talking about outside the building. I'm talking about having the, I don't know where that photo is and all this stuff here. Where this corner column is that's in the building, if that corner column is the 6-foot wide, 3-story concrete foundation, you can sink it as far into the ground as you want to sink it. Going up 3 stories, and then you put the pole up the rest of the way on the front corners of the building, you don't need a variance.
Correct.
Is that possible to do it that way?
It is. It would not be our ideal conditions to build it in. From the manufacturer's recommendation, their ideal conditions are always to get a ground-mounted position. There are vibrations and different things that will carry down through the pole that, again, the building would have to be built. I think we have an architect here in the room tonight, could probably tell better on that side. We didn't explore the part of integrating it into the building, but we did look at putting them on the front sidewalk as opposed to the rear sidewalk because, again, that would not require a variance either, and it would be a lot less expensive for us to do it that way, to build them out of the sidewalk. And I'm guessing a little bit because we didn't explore the full option of integrating them into the building, but we were kind of steered the other direction when we talked to the manufacturer, Berkey.
So I'm just thinking integrating that into the building, it seems to me would be even more in keeping with what you're trying to do with the building.
It is, certainly. I love the idea of that, and it's done in a lot of really cool buildings where they're right off the roof of that, and I would like the idea that it seemed like it added a lot of complication to the architecture and the planning for the building side.
And these pictures that you passed out, where are these taken? Some of them are labeled, but the pictures on the front, they all look to be in the south because the sky is so blue and clear.
Yes, that's it. They do. I don't, Leslie, do we have locations for
I was
that?
just curious. Okay.
Noise is going to be a factor, Mike?
That was a consideration for planning board, and we had kind of talked through that. The wind turbines, these small wind Berge 10 kW produce about 42.5 decibels, dBA, and you know, urban ambient noise falls between 40 and 50. What can you tell me what the numbers? Urban is suburban is closer to 40, and urban. Sorry, I have it in here somewhere. So it falls right between the normal ambient noise, and certainly in the I-square area is somewhat urban setting.
You brought some maps or some sky views of visibility by location. Just curious how anybody came up with that estimate.
Yes, she's standing right next to me. I can, but Google Earth and Google Images are amazing at the what they can do. But Diana.
Hello. So some of the pictures that looks like they're rocks over the landscape, those are actually the trees, I would take it?
They're the prehistoric dinosaur period
I was
of the
gonna
wind
say, it
turbines.
looks-
Yeah.
That's a unique picture.
Yeah.
But at one point, you're right out in front of Wegmans at the intersection where Wegmans light is there and Aldi's light is, and you can see over the tops of the trees the two turbines.
Yeah.
So, based on the map, the other one where you have it kind of shaded, you're not taking into any it doesn't seem like the streets behind I-Square or to the south of I-Square, Drake Drive and Miller Lane in that area, I would think would have a similar type of view, especially in the winter months when the leaves are down, of those turbines. Also east of I-Square going down Titus, you would also believe that, not according to your map, but I would think that some of those neighborhoods are going to be able to see the turbines, and also across up Cooper Road. So I guess I don't understand how come all of Wegmans parking in Arundequoit Plaza can see it, and obviously because they don't have any trees. But in the winter months, you would think that whole circumference would be able to see the turbines.
Right. It's a great question, and one we talked a lot about, and I actually had to drive around to a couple of those spots to kind of validate this and see why it doesn't work, why you can't see them from certain areas. And it's all about the trajectory of your view. And then once there's a structure, so if you're walking down Baker's Park on the sidewalk across the front of this building, you wouldn't be able to see them because the building is there and you can never get the correct view. By the time you see the skyline, it's up higher than them. And that same sort of situation happens everywhere. The Arundequoit Plaza is very unique in the sense that you really get so far away from any obstructions that you actually have a very low trajectory view, and that's one of the very few spots that you have a clear look at it. But I spent a lot of time driving around kind of validating what I saw on those maps because I thought that was they're less visible than I expected them to be.
Yeah, again, I think it's a nicely done, I guess, pictures, but I've failed to see that the accuracy of them. I think they're gonna be, once they're up, then you're gonna have all the people that live in the distance say, hey, wait a minute, we didn't know we could see them, and might be offended.
What would be required to get an answer to the question about integrating them into the building? If need be, building like the equivalent of an elevator shaft around it so that the vibration didn't affect the building and was only carried down the pole to the ballast at the below ground? I mean,
Right.
it's striking me that seems to be something that's a potentially a viable alternative to granting the variance that you're asking for.
Right. I think rather than, again, we explored the option of integrating it into the building quite a bit already, and we would put them on the front and sidewalk, which again just mitigates the need for a variance also. So that would be the alternative to us. Wouldn't be to put them on the building, it'd just be to put them up on the front sidewalk. But then it causes me to jog the building back, which is the part we didn't like. But
How far back would you have to jog the building?
about 10 feet. So we lose a row of parking in the back, which is the bigger damaging factor. Because the parking's going to be turned more to park up against the building, kind of like the back of building 1 is. And we would lose that row that way rather than just lose a couple of bump spots. But
And I guess I'm not clear why the building would have to be jogged back if they were putting on the sidewalk.
because we want the base is pretty large, it would be a pretty big interruption of the travel path of the sidewalk. So we would,
Somebody walking into it while they're on their cell phone.
something like that, yes.
Not that you've ever done that.
I've seen the picture of the woman falling in the pool in the mall. It sticks in your mind.
Mike, your sidewalk behind the building's 15 feet wide before parking, before the
Yes.
sidewalk in the front, and it's showing that the towers are about half of the 15 feet where they come up out of the sidewalk. So if the building were to go back 7 or 8 feet, you could put them in the front without interrupting your parking.
Yeah, it's close. When we did it, I couldn't make that work with the distances. We did run that example. I don't have that with me, but I couldn't. We just got too tight on the back on the parking, and I'm not sure I could quote the exact footages, but that was where we ended with, was that we would most likely eliminate that group of parking spots, which is they're kind of premium for us. So it's like I said, it's ideal conditions to.
You also have 15 feet between your existing building, the dining hall, and the new building.
Mm-hmm.
And then the building 5, yet to be designed, I would think. You have them connected, or butt up next to each other, right?
Correct.
So you could put them on each front corner, north and south of the building, and you wouldn't have to interrupt anything, and you wouldn't have to set the building back. You follow me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we definitely explored a lot. I mean, I put them in 10 different spots before we settled that the best path of action and the best, ideal circumstances, development-wide and, pedestrian travel-wise and every other reason, ended up in the positions that we asked you to put them in by our variance request. We've been working on this, we're up in, 17, 18 months of development on this, on the plans for this. We've invested a considerable amount of money to get to where we are today with our plans, and knowing that we can achieve net zero was, it seemed like a mile away 6 months ago, and we really pushed and adjusted and tweaked everything. And like I said, I really wasn't out to, it was our goal not to ask for any variances throughout our project and build to the design. I love the design for the mixed-use commercial area and the plan. We really are trying to live that.
I guess that's what we're asking for is, you said that you explored all of this and you've been doing that, so I guess what we're asking for is would you, and after doing all that, you said you came to this conclusion. I guess what we're asking is, can you share with us what all the substance of those discussions and explorations was, and how it was that you came to the fact that this would be the best arrangement as opposed to ones that didn't require the variance?
Right, and a lot of it has to do with, future dedication of the road. The town, those would be in what is a future, the front sidewalk is going to be dedicated to the town one day with the road. To have the wind turbine bases located on them is certainly going to complicate the dedication of that road.
As I understand the dedication process, it requires the town board to accept it, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, the town board passed the ordinance that we're talking about that said when you own all this property, this is where you can put it. So if they then want the road, they can accept the dedication with the towers located where their ordinance said that you could put them. And, it seems, I don't see that it seems to me that that would be the town board saying, hey, this is what our ordinance said, this is the one we passed, this is the one we're going to go with, so we're going to accept the dedication of this road because he complied with everything we asked him to comply with at the time he was doing it. And it's consistent with the town's adoption of that. I mean, I've got so much stuff spread around here that there was in addition to the ordinance, there was, here it is, that the town adopted a resolution for climate smart communities. So, I mean, it seems to me that it's all consistent with what the town board has said, and the distances seem to be really important to them in passing the ordinance. Again, I understand that's not binding on us, and we can change that, but given the town board's seeming enthusiasm for these kinds of things and what they've proposed, they'd be hard pressed to tell you, well, we're not going to accept dedication of the road because you did what we allowed you to do. So I hear that, but putting aside issues with respect to dedication of the road, what are the other reasons why something that's consistent with the ordinance and doesn't require a variance isn't going to work?
Right. At the end of the day, the ideal circumstances for us are to locate them in the rear of the building. That is the best, both aesthetically, pedestrian travel-wise, functional. They'll come right into the utility room in the basement, which is planned to be in the back of the basement of the building. It's the least path. It's the best functioning spot on the site to locate them. I don't really know how else to put that. And, it's, as far as anybody really outside of I-Square, whether they're in the front of the building or the back of the building, like you had said before, it really doesn't change any view from off-site of I-Square anyway. So I think it'd be important to get the variance so that we can locate them properly.
Mike, one of the factors that we have to make when we do a variance is to determine whether or not there's alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
And again, and just the one that I'm looking at that I just sketched onto your plan here, to me, it seems like an easy alternative, and I think it should be one that you should consider. I mean, placing them in the front northwest corner and the southwest corner on the sidewalks, or not on the main sidewalk, on the road sidewalk, on the sidewalks between the buildings. I can't imagine that there'd be any added or extra expense to you, because the mounting's going to be the same underground, and you don't even have to put them on the building like the chairman had said. You put them right next to the building and have the space. So, for us as a board, we've got to say, are there alternatives? Are there good ones? And I think that's a great alternative. I mean, that's me, but.
Right, to you. And again, we've done a lot of research on this, and we've concluded that there really is not another alternative that we would be willing to construct.
So
this is the only plan, at the end of the day, this is the only plan that we would construct, because the others are it goes against too many of our other visions for the development to do that. And this is, as far as tonight is concerned, this is the only way we'd be willing to construct this building for Wendy and I to build this community space.
But so in other words, if we turn it down, you're not going to build the building.
I can't build the building without this approval, correct?
I guess the question that I have is why?
Yeah, I mean, there is an alternative, so.
You've told us that you've looked at this and you've come to the conclusion that this is I guess now you're saying the only place that these can be, and the question that I keep coming back to is why? And that other than that you've made this determination, I'm looking for the explanation and the facts and the things that underlie that.
If you follow the code and the design guidelines for the mixed-use commercial code is to have wide, clear sidewalks for strollers, bicycles, parking, or of bicycles and strollers areas, and a wide, inhabitable, true, clear sidewalks. And that's really important along Baker's Park. And again, keep the building alignment. It's just the way we've drawn up the vision. We have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars into the design of the development that, like I said, we're just, at this point, wouldn't vary the purpose. We couldn't build this building without the variance. I don't want the wind turbines up on the front sidewalk and intruding in the path. So if you take the wind turbines out of the equation, then we would not achieve a net zero performance building. And then again, there's nothing worth building at that point.
My options, they're not on the front sidewalk. They're off.
I understand that, but there's also the other considerations. Again, we can go through all the points that we have. There's a bridge that connects Building 1 and Building 4 that comes right up, that connects the two buildings on the second floor and the roof. Again, that would interfere with the travel path. The purpose of that 15-foot alley is to have bicycle parking, benches, and then a travel path between the front parking and the rear parking of the building, and an interruption, and that would, again.
And that's the kind of thing that gets to answering the question of why, which is what we've been asking. Okay, so because that 15-foot path you plan on having for bicycle parking, there's a bridge that's going to connect the first, so that limits the space that's available to go up and would impede pedestrian traffic and bicycle traffic through that area.
Right, and buildings 4 and 5 are side by side, so there is no gap between those buildings to put the second one.
They're going to, have a common wall? Or
it's not a common wall, but they'll be laminated, essentially, built side by side,
so
with no gap.
But right up against
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm confused at what the difference of having the poles where you have them in that 15-foot path or in a 15-foot path on where Ms. LePerry say they are, because you have the same impediment, whether they are behind the building or in front or the side.
Correct.
It still impedes that 15-foot path all around.
It does. We were more comfortable with it being on the back of the building. I agree with you. And the travel paths are going to be more across the rear sidewalks than they would be coming down the road, which should be coming north and south. They should travel up and down Baker's Park, where the rear is more as you egress out of the building and working your way to your car It's a little simpler, and it'll still be over, I think we have 7 foot wide or so gap between there, so it's still wider than most traditional sidewalks around town.
So the impediment goes back to aesthetics and maybe interfering with the front doors. That's impediments.
Yeah, I think more than the north-south travel path is what my biggest concern with it was, the other way.
Putting them in the back where you've cited them in the variance that you're requesting allows for the Baker Park area to be open and not impeded by the pillars and the poles. Is that it?
Correct, and we have light poles out there. We have a number of other things in the right-of-way that kind of use the 3 feet closest to the road.
Those are much narrower than these
Yes.
poles
Yes,
and not quite as obstructive of the, I mean, this is, if I understand it correctly, this is a 6.5 diameter,
correct.
foot diameter concrete post that's going to be coming up 20 feet out of the ground?
Correct.
It's a slight barrier. Any other questions or comments from the board?
There's a couple of letters that we got also that address some issues that maybe we can.
Yes, let me make reference to those. They were right here. We received a letter from Alyssa Plow indicating that her support for the application. We also received a letter from, I'm looking for it here.
Just got another one too.
Oh, we just got another one? All right, we got an email from Ray McDonald with some attachments in reference to the application, and he raised a number of questions, and I don't think he was supporting the application. We received a letter from Ann Burns and Jeff Goldblatt on behalf of HIP, indicating that they did not support the application. And we've received a letter from Rick Walther indicating that he supports the application. I think those were the letters that we'd received. Did we overlook anything?
Patty Fowler, did you mention that one? And then Rose German. They were clipped.
Oh, okay, I missed those were all part of what was just passed out?
No, they were with the packet. They were clipped.
All right, Ms. German sent an email. I don't believe that it would be correct to characterize it as supportive.
She does support I Square. She thinks-
Right,
She likes
she supports
Nolan,
I Square, yep.
but she has high concerns, a number of different factors.
And Ms. Fowler's email would also be characterized as not supportive. She's totally opposed, as a matter of fact, is what she says. So I think, now have I covered everything that we received?
One more.
One more from,
There's no name on it. Just an email.
Just an email address.
from somebody Mangano.
Yeah.
Who says that he thinks there should be a better solution than that. He supports I Square, supports the ideas, but not in the location as is proposed. So I think that covers, is that correct? That covers what all we'd received? I guess my question is, are you aware of anything I left out and didn't mention?
I may not have heard. Do you hear the email that was from was it Walters? No, Walthouse?
Walters was
Just
mentioned.
received.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. All right, any further questions or comments from the board? All right, then, at this point, we'll open it up for public input. First, we'll start with those who would like to speak in favor of the application. If you'd line up there and step up one at a time to the podium, identify yourselves by name and address.
Good evening. My name's Erin Quintero. I live at 63 Mount Airy Drive. Hello to the members of the Zoning Board and others present, and thank you for your attention this evening. A lifelong Irondequoit resident, I'm here tonight to speak some brief words in support of the proposed development at 500 Bakers Park, specifically in support of the area variance for Building 4 at I-Square. As you likely understand, the residents of Irondequoit powerfully support this property, and I-Square has quickly grown in our hearts to the status of beloved institution. This never has been more clear than over recent weeks when we have come out in droves to demonstrate this support. I would like to encapsulate this town sentiment for you tonight so that you can see the uniqueness of this request and to encourage you to act diligently in accordance with both the Nolan's responsible and exhaustive planning and with the residents' shared vision for the future of Irondequoit. For a community to be robust and thriving, it requires many elements: engaged citizens, strong leadership, connections and collaboration. It also needs a shared vision for the future, shared goals, priorities, and plans. At the heart of Irondequoit, as it has always been, are people who care about the development of our youth and people who come together to celebrate with and to support each other. In countless ways, I-Square has already shown that it supports our town's youth and also offers everyone a place to connect. We choose I-Square for our celebrations, from birthdays to after-game treats to anniversary parties. We choose I-Square for its events, from tap takeovers to holiday brunches to cooking classes. We run fundraisers there. We hold impromptu brainstorming sessions there. We meet up after parades there. We even host out-of-towners there. I-Square is woven into our daily lives in important ways, and I hope that your own stories are coming to mind as I speak. With the proposed Imaginarium in Building 4, a project that will showcase and teach about art and sustainable energy, we will have so many more reasons to bike, run, walk, and drive up to I-Square. I have taught high school students for 19 years. I'm also raising 3 children at home, ages 8 to 15, and I promise you that the most reliable predictors for their success and happiness are the qualities of curiosity, engagement, and an optimistic mindset. The proposed Imaginarium will offer hands-on learning experiences in art and science, experiences which will complement the high-quality instruction that our students receive at both town districts. Residents who visit will be inspired to wonder, to participate, to imagine a positive future. I am very grateful for the work that you, as members of the Zoning Board, perform, and I've reviewed your criteria for granting a variance. I'm most interested in a particular question that you have asked. Will the granting of the variance result in an undesirable change to the character of the neighborhood, or will it be detrimental to nearby properties? In my opinion, the change will be both desirable and beneficial. Building 4 and its turbines will definitely alter the look of the neighborhood. Driving north on Cooper or along Titus, we will witness a new skyline, one that Irondequoit has never seen before. The new look will boldly proclaim that Irondequoit is enlightened and responsible when it comes to renewable energies. It will show that the people of Irondequoit have committed to a sustainable future for our children, grandchildren, and their children. People who drive in to experience the Imaginarium will understand and appreciate that the I-Square developers have accomplished something that few in the area, if any, have done. The turbines will cap off a showpiece for Monroe County, a technological marvel, and it will be due in part to your decision this night. There is much to be proud of in Irondequoit. Our commitment to education in the 2 exemplary school districts and our new library, our commitment to commerce as we welcome new businesses into the area and watch storefronts spring back to life, our commitment to our past as we document and celebrate historical peoples and events. By granting an area variance for 500 Bakers Park, you will demonstrate a commitment to our future. Please vote in approval this evening. Thank you again.
I'm Dave Marshall, 5194 County Line Road, Webster, New York. I'm an educator here in the town. I've taught at the high school for 24 years, and I've also taught at RIT for 20 years. RIT has the exact same thing that we're trying to build here in the town of Arundecoit. They have a space that has solar power, wind turbines, geothermal, natural fueled energy, zero emission buildings. Kids pay $47,000 a year to experience that. Here at Arundecoit, our students, mine, yours, the people in the community, I can take my kids out of my classroom, I can walk them 5 minutes down the road and experience that same thing. They can collect data, they can look at scientific research, they can experience all that at zero cost to the community. I think this is a blessing. I think if we don't approve this, the location of the turbines, I've looked at this before. We've got 4 of them on the RIT campus. They're ground mounted, they're on poles. Like Mike said, it's the best way to do that. And I personally think the location is probably the less intrusive than putting them out in front like you guys are talking about or suggested some of the other ones there. Think about the middle school kids, 7th and 8th graders. In the technology department, we have a whole unit on alternative energy where the kids go out and research it via Google and online, have them having the experience to walk down there, see it, research it, see it, touch it, 5 minutes away. It's priceless. Thank you.
Name is Lou DeCesar, 160 Summershire Drive. I think of my son's football coach, his words to the team, do you want to be good or do you want to be great? And I think I-Square right now is good. And I think what the Nolan family wants to do is make something great. And a chance to showcase state-of-the-art alternative energies that we're talking about here today. I'm really kind of glad my son is in Mrs. Quintero's class who just spoke because she spoke so eloquently, and to learn from her and how she's put those words, really I hope the board here takes to heart. I'm impressed with the planning board's vision that approved the site here and the new building with the turbines. You know, people are afraid of things they don't understand. Alternative energy is our future, if not to rely less on oil exports, but for our environment and carbon emissions. This building will help us understand and not be afraid. You know, I live just a couple blocks away from I-Square, Summershire, really near the corner of Briarwood and Summershire. So a few blocks away, and when I look at these wind turbines as the visuals that I've seen here tonight, I'm going to feel proud of Arundecoit and what I-Square is looking to do to provide a showcase, something that we can be proud of as a town to show the region, if not the state, if not the country. I mean, who's doing this? Who's doing this? It's an investment of millions of dollars and in such an unbelievable showcase. A showcase of not the future. The future is now. Okay. So as far as aesthetics, I look at it as a visual, something I'll feel proud of. And in terms of what we're looking here in terms of a variance, I learned a lot by listening to the boat applicant. We're looking for a uniqueness of a situation. I can't identify anything more unique in terms of the request here and the purpose it'll serve for our town. So I'm here in support of this application. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robert Marriage, 98 Hermitage Road. I really want to echo what I've already heard. I just wanted to add a little bit of statistics behind this. There are already over 48,000 wind turbines in the U.S. There are over 800,000 homes have solar power. And I mean, last week we saw Tesla take over 175,000 pre-orders for their new Model S. So it's not as if we're talking about something that's happening way in the future and that we're experiencing something new and unexpected. This is happening right now, and I think this is really an opportunity for Arundecoit to get out in front of it and to be one of the first communities or an early adopter in the direction that the rest of the country is already heading. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Baker Marriage, 98 Hermitage Road. I'm in support of this project, 1,000-fold. Number one, I'm a huge fan of I-Square. We go there a lot. My family goes there a lot. And we have 5 kids in the district, 2 are in college right now. But the 2 that are in high school talk about their times and experiences that they've been to I-Square for their classes. In fact, my daughter was talking about it today. And those are memories that they'll have forever. And I think, too, not have this piece of equipment, if you will, would be a detriment to the community, to the project. It's a very progressive and evergreen project, and I think we should be proud of that. And we have experienced other towns that have these turbines, and they are proud. And they're majestic pieces of architecture. And I would be proud to have that in our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Same rules. If you would line up, step up to the podium, give us your name and address.
First, let me put up a picture so the public can see what we're talking about. You think you're swimming in paper. Jeff Goldblatt, 128 Parkside Crescent. I am a founding member of and a co-chair of Helping Irondequoit Plan for Progress, now in our 18th year of success. While I can certainly echo the sentiments made by the speakers just before us, we're certainly in supportive of the Nolan's investment into this portion of town, and we support the installation of things such as solar and geothermal energy sources. However, we cannot support the installation of 2 117-foot tall wind turbines, as shown here, and I've stripped in the yellow arrow and the darkened line so folks at home can see this if they're watching the replay on television or would like to come up and take a look. First, in terms of the master plan, installing these wind turbines directly behind this building would be the equivalent of adding virtually 2 10-story buildings to this property. To put this into perspective for those listening this evening, St. Anne's home stands 9 stories with a below-grade basement. People were also concerned about an 80-foot cell tower on Hudson Avenue. These would become the tallest structures in Irondequoit, a distinction not appropriate, we believe, for a pedestrian-focused location. These structures were not anticipated in the 4+ years of community discussion that led to the establishment of the master plan, the design guidelines, and the zoning code for this critical neighborhood in our town. The master plan, the design guidelines, and the zoning also call for thoughtful redevelopment that creates a visually appealing landscape that welcomes and encourages walkers, as some of the people have mentioned, pedestrians, bicyclists such as myself. The wind turbines proposed for this dense residential and commercial neighborhood would run counter to the goals that were originally established. The mixed-use zoning code. The code calls for cell towers to be concealed because of their visual impact on this special district. We believe that these, even though they were not envisioned when all of this was being conceptually crafted, would fall into this same category. The mixed-use commercial code also states, and I quote, all development or redevelopment within the zoning district, currently called MUC, shall be subject to a public pre-application review by the planning board to determine a direct nexus between the plan submitted and the zoning district guidelines. A pre-application review was not held for this proposal, which would absolutely impact the design of the district. Health impacts. One of the questions under New York State Department of State rules that the zoning board has to consider are things such as burdens to health, safety, and welfare. And I'm looking at a printout of theirs from November 1996. We've reviewed several studies by reputable organizations who note that
I'm sorry,
the health
what was that from 1996 that you were referring to?
from the New York State Department of State showing what the zoning board is supposed to refer to.
Oh, okay.
11/8/96. We've reviewed several studies by reputable organizations who note that, and I quote, the health impacts of visual burdens of wind turbines cannot be underestimated. According to the World Health Organization study, it was determined, for example, that the turbines such as these can lead to an increase in depression by some 40% due to, quote, visual burdens and wind turbine caused noise pollution, which can cause annoyance, stress, and sleep deprivation. In terms of the noise, after reviewing the noise chart, which was Exhibit F in the application as you received, along with the Berge XL information page, this particular brand of turbine appears to emit a low level of noise. However, it's our understanding this is dependent on the large 12-foot rotor blades, which would be twice as tall as me, being kept clean of atmospheric dust and dirt. The collection of dust and dirt adds weight to the blades, which can cause the noise level to increase, as well as the electricity output to decrease. Gurit Incorporated, a major manufacturer of composite materials and engineering services in the wind turbine industry, they have over 30 years of experience, states, and I quote, the aerodynamics of wind turbine rotor blades can be affected severely by dirt or roughness on the blades. And for the public's information, we provided the board with a photo of what dirty rotor blades look like. And then there's shadow flicker. Shadow flicker is the strum of shadows and reflections cast by the whirling blades of wind turbines. In an article in the Boston Globe, Ellinger Tillinghast of a group known as Windwise Massachusetts, an alliance that opposes the placement of wind turbines, key phrase, in residential areas, which I square abuts, states, quote, people's experiences are proving the point. People are getting driven out of their homes, close quote. Wind turbine shadow flicker has the potential to induce photosensitive epileptic seizures. Shadow flicker is an issue indoors and outdoors when the sun is low in the sky. And for the public's information, we provided this board a video link showing this. The World Health Organization goes on to recommend that to mitigate the risk to human health, wind turbines should be sited to ensure people will not be adversely affected. The proposed wind turbines will be within very close proximity, not only of the apartment complex to the south, residential housing on or nearby Lorraine Drive, a street I helped save from being wiped out in the spring of 1997, and the adjoining neighborhoods at the rear of what is now known as the Aldi's redevelopment site. Typically, these wind turbines are found on places such as farms, mountaintops, and rural areas, not in residential, densely occupied areas such as the I-Square location. I'm especially bothered in listening to the discussion earlier, and I'm glad that the chair raised the issue about 235-167 in the code. It clearly states variances to the distance requirements and other requirements and standards contained in this article are not permitted. We raised the question, and it's even more of a question based on the earlier discussion, which is, why wasn't this resolved before this application was brought forward? Clearly, this board cannot vote in the affirmative for something that says that variances are not permitted. That should have been resolved first before any action is taken. In terms of alternatives, well, some of them were discussed this evening. It was also suggested at the planning board last week that using other buildings, and Mr. Nolan, I understand, addressed that, might be a way around this. And again, I'll come back to the discussion that you had earlier. It's also worth noting, and I have to thank Irondequoit architect Peter Morse, who's with us this evening, our code is not very well drafted. He was showing me earlier, and this obviously is would become a town board matter, that the Chapter 235 section dealing with small wind energy systems and wind turbines in particular leaves a lot out. I'm looking at a 10-page document that goes into a lot more detail that needs to be considered with these types of units. For example, just taking today's weather, one of the things that popped off the page on me, which is not included in any of this, is ice throw calculation. We've had ice and snow today, and when that starts to melt and these things are turning around, stuff is going to start to fly. And there's no mention of that at all. The code doesn't cover it. The application doesn't cover it. That's just one item. And from what I'm seeing, and this comes from Monroe County, Iowa, Amendment 3, Ordinance 29, which goes into a lot more detail about wind turbines than the town of Irondequoit has even begun to address. The code in this regard is sorely lacking, very sorely lacking. Having been one of the, oh, and also, and this comes to us courtesy of the newspaper of record, which is the Buffalo News, this past Friday. Well, there's two things. A, I'm also disturbed that that I haven't heard the word conservation board either last week or tonight. Have they even seen this, or are they sitting at home watching this and seeing this on television for the first time? Because another issue with these, no matter how environmentally friendly they may or may not be, is migratory birds. Now, this is an article talking about a very large project in the town of Somerset in Niagara County. Now, there's no comparison, there's no apples and oranges thing here, but an entity that I was able to talk to this afternoon is the American Bird Conservancy, with offices both in Virginia and Washington, D.C. I spoke with one of their senior executives. And while I couldn't put him on the spot, having him not seen this particular location, I did ask, are you familiar with these types of structures being placed in an urban or suburban area which is very densely populated? He couldn't think of any off the top of his head, but what he has indicated, and something that would have to become a requirement were these to be approved, which again, we're not in favor of, would be A, documentation of how many bird kills there are per year, and having that information made public. In the American Bird Conservancy's dealings with this in other parts of the country and dealing with utility companies, they don't like to talk about these things. And I certainly would not want to be on the roof of one of those buildings and enjoying an adult beverage in the middle of summer when all of a sudden, oops, no, that wouldn't be pleasant. However, they indicated that over the course of a year, and this is a direct quote, hundreds of thousands of birds are being killed nationally as more of these go up. And as the information that I saw earlier from Monroe County, Iowa indicates, there's no indication in our code about what happens if these are decommissioned. Once they go up, they stay up, problem or not. And our code does not address that at all. This is very deficient, very deficient. To conclude, the questions that the zoning board have to answer, and some of the things this evening are very interesting to listen to, but folks need to understand that the zoning board here is restricted to things such as, questions such as, is what's being proposed compatible with the comprehensive plan? For this area, they're not. Does it change the neighborhood character? We believe these absolutely do. Is there an alternative solution? That was discussed earlier this evening, and as I'm sitting in the back surrounded by architects, I'm seeing gentlemen draw and sketch that there may be ways around this. Is this a substantial variance? In terms of what's being introduced into this neighborhood, we believe it's very substantial. Are there adverse physical or environmental impacts? I've just discussed those. And is this a self-created issue? Yes, it is. Therefore, while we certainly appreciate what is attempting to be accomplished here, these particular structures we cannot support. And that's my message. I'll leave this up until the close of your hearing so people can see it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make one point of clarification?
Certainly.
Just to address the speaker's comment about 235-167, staff did ask us to review that provision prior to application being made, and to reiterate what I said earlier, it's our position that that provision is not enforceable, and that the application can move forward. The speaker was correct that it is a town board issue, and the town is looking at amending the code in the future.
Okay. Peter Morse, architect, 158 Winona Boulevard. I am here to speak in favor of building number 2. I like I-Square very much. I did some research this afternoon just to look into this matter a little bit more, and honestly, I didn't find anything on the internet that where this particular type of case about building a tower in an urban setting or commercial, residential, they do deal with them on farms, for instance. They are so it's difficult to try to find something either for or against. I do have a copy of this, and I'll give it to the town. This is from Monroe County, Iowa, ironically. But it discusses all of the issues that were talked about here, and they adopted a rule for it. So this is a pretty good document. Whether you pass this or not, at least this is a guideline. This addresses everything that's being considered here. You know, some of the things you worry about, for instance, hitting birds, well, that happens. Potential fall, if the tower ever fell, anything falling off, if that turbine catches fire, how do you get it out? Everything and anything it's contained, it's under discussion, is in here. So I'm going to pass this out just for your consideration. It's a little unusual to have it in this proximity. I know we were in the southwest of the United States, and you see wind farms everywhere, but they're not even in any kind of close proximity to people, just because of the nature of something that might be deleterious to something falling or catching fire or anything else. So I'm going to leave this with your consideration. Again, I'm in favor of building number 2 totally. The architecture is consistent. From an architectural standpoint, what he's doing, I think is fine. I'm concerned about where this is going. This is the first I've seen of it in this proximity to people walking around underneath it. So
I'm confused when you say building number 2. Are you referring to the building he's
the
talking
next
about
one,
now,
yes.
the Imaginarium?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Because he referred to it as building 4.
You said you're in favor of the building, you're in favor of everything the Nolans are doing. Are you in favor of the turbines?
I have a lot of questions about that after reading this.
Okay, so
my first knee-jerk reaction was it's in the wrong proximity to people walking underneath it, the potential of it fall. This is not like a communications tower. It is a building, or it's a tower with a piece of machinery on it that moves. So, I mean, they've dealt with this. This is actually a pretty good document. So, anyway,
thank you.
I'll leave this.
Can you hand that to Ms. Ivers? Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Tim Burke. I live at 632 Winona Boulevard, and although I support I-Squared, I am concerned about the reliance on the alternative energies, and particularly the wind turbines and their use in creating a net zero building at I-Squared. With respect to alternatives, viable alternatives, beside the use of alternative energy sources such as solar, geothermal, or wind power, there are other techniques that can be employed within the structure of the building itself. The design system called Passive House can actually be used to create a low energy building, saving anywhere between 70 to 80% of just standard building use, and then allow the Nolans to put solar panels on top of the roof and achieve the net zero. The Passive House standards are met by creating an airtight building, typically less than 1 air change per hour, super insulated shell, both in the walls, the ceiling, the floors, and below the foundation. Then smaller HVAC systems are employed in order to create a balanced ventilation system and create a complementary environment for all those that are using it. This technology is very basic. It really is reliant on construction techniques and proper oversight. And the implementation of passive house standards on a building and project of the Nolan size could enable them to achieve net zero buildings, not only for the building being proposed, but also for the future buildings on the site. From an educational standpoint, the building techniques utilized in building a passive house building could also be used to instruct neighbors on retrofitting existing housing and driving down the overall energy use of not only the housing stock within the immediate area of the proposed I-squared, but could also allow the Nolans to more affordably reach the net zero that they have so stated. Thank you.
Sir, can I ask, how do you know this?
I'm a certified passive house consultant.
Okay, so this is what you do for a living, or?
Well, I'm also a registered architect, and I am a recent certified passive house consultant. And actually, the firm I work for has just completed the design and construction of a passive house located in Mendon. It's currently under construction now and is meeting all of the standards for passive house.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Is there anyone here that would like to talk to us about wind turbines and setbacks and things of that nature? Yes, sir.
Good evening. Steve Takich, Thorndike Road, Irondequoit. Totally in favor of I-squared. Love the project. Hopefully wanted to speak about the position of the turbines. And to your point, I thought the corner was a great idea, and I know it's probably something that should be considered still a little bit more. For consideration, I'd like to present to the board's concept sketch that you guys can take a look at later, and one just showing on the front. Not in favor of moving the building back or adjusting its position. I think it's well sited. I'd like to have the wind turbines maybe considered to the front to help support the non-applicant to get the variance. Let's not do the variance, see if we can put the towers there and void the variance application, perhaps. I'm in favor of the Imaginarium. What if this location of the turbines to the front of the building helps support that Imaginarium concept to showcase the technology instead of sticking in the back of the building where typically people don't spend too much time behind the buildings? That's all I just wanted to share. It's just a concept. I like the idea of putting in the corners. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry.
You said you're an architect?
Yes.
The last gentleman that was just up about his ideas, his concepts, are you familiar with them at all?
I am.
Is that a viable alternative?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Anyone else here that would like to speak to the application in any manner at all? All right. We'll give the applicant the opportunity to address things that were raised during the public input portion.
Thank you. To address the sales pitch on the house ceiling, we had first, those same techniques are being employed.
Oh, passive house?
Yes, passive
Okay.
house. Sorry, I couldn't remember the name.
That's all right.
Those techniques are built into our building modeling, the isoning, the airtight insulation, that a lot of the different systems. Conservation is a huge, huge portion of achieving net zero. It is not possible in this building to achieve that without the wind turbines or without the existing energy creation we have in place. We're certain of that.
So if I'm to understand you correctly, you consider passive solar, you have geothermal, and this is more of an education building than the building you just want to have net zero. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, so all our net zero components will be visible and very educational, so they'll be shown and highlighted versus being tucked into the basement, where if it was just there just solely for function, you'd bury a lot of the components a little further.
So your intent is to give Irondequoit an education too about renewable energy, including all the forms, while making the building net zero.
Correct. It's the whole building concept is an education center. It's a community space. There's no rental tenants in there. There's no payback for this for Wendy and I. This is a building we're building strictly as a springboard, if you will, in the sustainable energy. Our area is behind the times in sustainable and renewable energy sources. To get this out, and you can hear it based on some of the feedback, and no slam intended, but a lot of the feedback is that of a little bit on the naive side, if you will, to when the more I study about this, the more I learn about it. There are a lot of concerns with wind farms, with really big wind turbines that have 200 and, I think the smallest one they make, Diane looked up today, is 258-foot wingspan. We're talking a 23-foot. So the smallest utility scale wind turbine, the ones that all they talk about when birds and flickering and all these different things about living nearby, they're referring to large winds, utility scale wind farms. This is, I don't know anybody that's ever been offended driving by a farm or had their vision hurt by seeing a wind turbine spinning. Some other comments made is that these would be the tallest structures in Irondequoit. If we can open up any of those windows, we can give a very visual image of exactly how tall this is. The tower that's coming up out of the back of the DPW building is 185 feet tall, plus the antenna on top. If you look at the ring of antennas, or the cellular portion of antennas, there's a large diameter ring of them. That ring is about 16 feet in diameter, and it's about 105 feet off the ground. So if you want a very visual, open any of the shades out here, we can look right out back and get a very well understanding of these, not nearly the tallest structures in Irondequoit. Comparing it to something like St. Anne's building is 280 feet long, 8 or 9 story building. Stories of the building are between 14 and 15 feet. Between, if you consider the floor joists, the structure, and the ceilings in the next floor. They're not, so when you look at a building, I don't know the exact height. We tried to look it up today and couldn't find it, but our wind turbines will be shorter than that building. I don't know any other ones that I missed as far as feedback. I was trying to remember them all.
In all the feedback that we got tonight, the pro and the con, the people that don't want the turbines up, and even those folks like your spot. There's no doubt that, the town enjoys what you and your wife have done. I myself enjoy the place. I like to go there for dinner. However, there are questions and there are people that have valid points. Mm-hmm. And I hope that you can understand their side of it.
Absolutely. I'm not out to, we've come so far on this, and Diane and Leslie and I have been working tirelessly on this for quite a while to achieve the path to net zero, as we call it, the design side of it. And then it's a back and forth between the building load or the building energy demands, the uses of that building, then what you can create. And, we've gone through this so much and explored so many different paths and ways to do this. At one point, we were pretty convinced we needed to have a third turbine there and achieve it. But when talking with manufacturers and getting engineers involved, they said, well, the third one wouldn't perform as well because you'd have them too close together then. We just kind of went through all these different gyrations of design. And I guess that at the end of the day, the biggest point I have to make to you folks is that we're talking about a setback variance. It's not a matter of wind or no wind. It's not a matter of height or no height. It's just strictly a matter of how far they are located from the road, from the edge of my property. The same exact wind turbine, I believe, from any visual of anybody off-site our property wouldn't change whether they were in the front of the building or the back of the building. I really feel at the end of the day that we've located them in the very best position they should be. In my opinion, the only place they should be, and I know I'm using it a little cautiously because I don't want to seem like we're so firm, but we have explored so many different ways to look at this, and we're really proud of the building and the design we have. We're really anxious to get it built. I don't know if anybody follows the news. By the end of next year, I have to construct 2 more buildings completely and have them done. This is the first of those next 2, and I need to get it underway. I really think I have a very thoughtful design process. We're all Irondequoit residents. Everybody I have working on this project is. So we're really trying to keep this building, our design, our information just as friendly. I do need I guess, a little bit of faith that, trust that what we've done in the past isn't something we're out to take anything away. I believe that people coming to visit this building will be just as proud of it being in Arundecoit as they are in Building 1.
It's not a question of that. I mean, you've got an architect that's working with you on the design of this building, right?
Yes, I do.
And I guess I come back to, I know it's, the ordinance says that essentially you can put a wind turbine anywhere in the town, subject to what the requirements are in that. And you could do it without a variance in other locations. And I come back to, I understand that you've done a lot of thought, and I understand why you think that it's best in the back, but I'd like to hear from the architect about why it's not possible to put it in an alternative location that might actually even make it more of a focal point for the building. That wouldn't, I mean, if it doesn't require a variance, you don't even need to be here. And we don't have anything to consider. And that's, because that is one of the there's 5 things that we're supposed to look at. And, in terms of master plan and everything, well, the town board's spoken to wind turbines when they passed that ordinance in 2009. And they spoke to the concept of energy when they passed that resolution. So, I mean, I'm not worried about, it being inconsistent with things that the town has identified as being of importance to the town and consistent with uses in the town. It is, in my opinion. But that alternatives that don't require the variance, that keeps sticking in my craw. And maybe it shouldn't, but it does.
I have one more question. If there's a catastrophic failure of the towers, what will incur more damage, the wind turbines in the front or the wind turbines in the rear?
I don't know that there would be any difference in that. They'd be about the same location from buildings, same location from cars, and that I don't really know that.
Would the turbines in the front incur more potential risk to pedestrians, or is it equal?
I would say it's equal. I think the back is a more ideal location, in virtually every sense. I don't know, short of being inconsistent with the area code that, and Steve, who was up here speaking before, is the one that drew the I-square vision in the plan of all the layout, and he liked the idea of them not being in the, out in the front of the building, and I guess that's a vision that we've looked at, and I don't know how to put it where it just couldn't be done. If that's where, I guess it could be without a variance. I think that's more important, really, for the end of the day. And most of the feedback we hear again is more about wind or no wind turbines, not whether they're in the front of the building or the back of the building. I think it would be a really important feature for us to locate them as we've requested.
Mike, I don't really know much about wind turbines. I don't really know much about architecture and some of these zero gas, whatever you call them.
At zero energy, net zero
energy type of thing. So I'm learning a lot here tonight. And one thing I am convinced about is that it doesn't really matter how perfect everything is. There will be objection, because somebody will find something. And I respect those that do object because they know a lot more about it than I do. But here I'm the one that has to vote. So I have to listen to both sides of the argument, so to speak. And I think maybe very few people, there might be some, have invested the type of time, inquisitiveness, and learning that you guys have done over the last year and a half on this or more. And I have a tremendous respect for that, because this is not thrown together. This is not just say, okay, well, let's do this. You looked at every aspect, and it's deeply researched. And as a student of this whole thing, I've got to respect what you've learned and what you're proposing.
Thank you. Thank you. The packet, we did our best to put together a very complete packet of information, and, including going around and driving around and looking at visuals from different areas. We really did work hard to give you all the tools hopefully you needed to make a decision tonight.
Anything further?
You mentioned going around and making a heck of a packet, which you did. How about taking a survey of all the people that live within a mile of it, and every one of the neighborhood people, and ask them, because they're going to be the ones most directly affected by the visual. The people in the south side, Drake Drive and Miller Lane, the people up Cooper Road and Summershire and all. I know there's a few here that don't mind, but I don't know if it'd be worth tabling it for a month and you send a survey around to everybody in all those streets and ask them. I mean, to me, there's got to be. I'm surprised there's not more input here tonight.
We did send out, the town did send out postcards to everybody in the area and invited them, and it was clearly spelled out that we're here to talk about wind turbines. And frankly, I don't have the next month to hold for the thing. We're really under the need to get moving with our construction to start this in June.
One of the point Mr. LaPerry makes struck me as well. There was nobody here. I remember when the Aldi's application was in front of us, we had tons of people from just south of there who were concerned about putting in the grocery store there. And tonight, when we're talking about wind towers that are going to be visible and things like that, there's nobody, none of the neighbors, all of the speakers who spoke, both in favor and against, are outside of that area. I was struck by that. I was really surprised.
The requirement is how many feet closest to the property?
It's 200 feet from the boundary of the property, so
it really doesn't incorporate all the streets that this is going to affect.
Well, I would point, though, to the board that there's been, I'm not sure how to put this lightly, there's not been a lack of press regarding I-Square for the last couple of weeks.
No, but nothing in it has talked about the turbines.
No, but I think
it was on the news as well.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of press about the project in general, and so lots of people are aware that they're before the board now. It's published online. They went before the planning board last month. That was also subject to public hearing and notification. So there's plenty of opportunity for folks to come and speak either in favor or against or just in general about the project. And so I'm not sure that there's I think that the applicant and the town, due diligence has been done to inform folks. People are certainly aware that there's action before the board with respect to I-Square, so that may be an indicator to the board in terms of, whether or not, that's up to you to decide.
I got the packet. Other than that, I hadn't heard anything about it. If I didn't get the packet, to me, as a zoning board member, that's the only way I knew. I didn't see anything in the news about it. And in fairness to the public hearing sign, I saw that the other night when I had dinner there, and I knew that there was something about the building that was in front of the planning board, but did not know anything about the fact that there were turbines. So I would be surprised to find out, to take a random survey of people who lived on some of those streets, or all the streets around, that they know about it.
And if I could just add to what Carrie said, these are, I know there was some discussion tonight, these are permitted accessory use in all zoning districts in the town, provided they're under 150 feet in height. So as you indicated in your remarks, what's really before the board tonight is consideration of the fall zone variances that are necessary. It's not necessarily whether or not wind turbines are allowed on the I-Square property.
Yeah, Mr. President, also, and looking at if my astronomy the sun moves from east to west through the southern sky. So the only ones that would be affected by flicker would be a very small footprint to the north, because that's where the shadow will fall. And I don't see very many residents to the north of the location of the wind turbines.
And to that point, the size of the blade actually is a big determinant of the potential for flicker, and the size of these blades are so small that that's almost, I would be reluctant to say a non-issue, but it would be highly unlikely that that would be an issue.
How big are the blades?
12 feet.
11,
12
No,
23-foot diameter, 11.5 foot per blade.
how thick are they? Because the flicker would come from the,
Right, but they'd have to be almost the size of a giant, like, they would have, the span of if you look at the design, they're rather narrow, and the size of the blade in comparison to the pole height, generally speaking, when flicker is an issue, the blade span is a much bigger proportion, or almost half the distance of the actual height of the.
Mike, how fat is the blade?
The blades, they're 8 inches wide, and
So that,
And how thick?
Oh.
it's less than the 8 inches in thickness, because they are an oblong shape. They're kind of shaped like this, so I'd guess in the 4-inch by 8-inch would be.
And how often would they be cleaned?
It depends on our exact conditions in our market. Our first cleaning is at 6 months, and then we determine whether we can go to, it's our plan to stay annually, but Berge recommends every other year. So it's a matter of, we think that it's going to be every year. Not me. You won't see me up there.
You know, just a comment here. I'll never be accused of being Mr. Technology, sort of like Mr. Thomas here, I think.
And me.
But, okay. I think that we've spent an hour and a half talking about whether to put these turbines in front of the building or behind the building. And it seems to me that Nolan's and team have spent months figuring this out with engineers, with architects, with the manufacturer. And it seems to me we should be listening to the Nolans rather than debating here whether to move these things around on them at the last minute. I mean, they're ready to build a building that'll help our town. And I just think we're taking a lot of time here and really not accomplishing anything.
well, and I'll debate that with you in respect to the fact that we are brought in at the last minute to rubber stamp something that we didn't know about other than looking through the packet in the last 7 days.
That's
so
fair.
Even though they've done the research and the planning board has looked at it, in all fairness to our board and the people that have spoke for and against, I think they've all brought up some good pros and cons.
Well, they have. I think that there's been a lot of study done here by Mike and team, and that they really have become the experts as to this type of technology. And I think we can learn a lot from them, to be honest with you. And yes, you're right. We haven't had a lot of time to study this. There's different feelings among town. But I just see this as an opportunity to add to the I-Square and to add to our town. And we heard a teacher or two talk about bringing their students down to this building. I mean, I could see that happening with the kids coming down the sidewalk now. So I really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
I think we all do.
Oh,
I think, there's no doubt we all appreciate what you're doing.
No doubt. And I won't take your questions any other way. We're totally good with a debate on this, and I think it's part of our process that we need to go through, and I'm good with that. We have been doing this ourselves for quite a while, and so I feel like I might be giving you the answer back so fast because we've already been down this debate in a lot of cases, so I'm sorry for that, Michael.
Anything further from the board?
I got just a couple of questions.
Certainly.
You talked about maintenance on cleaning them. Is there going to be an annual maintenance on
the unit itself every year?
There is. There's a stated semi-annual maintenance that you need to follow a procedure. We have a contractor, O'Connell Electric, that will be doing the maintenance procedures on them. The frequency is yet to be determined. We know there's a 6-month, and that's where they go back through to just make sure everything is functioning, oil running at the proper temperatures, all the different factors, and then from there we'll have a really good vision of what the frequency should be.
There's no steps on these poles, what I saw.
There is not.
So it's going to be all aerial lift to get to it or to the top if they're the maintenance, or?
We can we can specify it both ways. We certainly aren't going to have any steps on the first 20 feet.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we'd have to lift to
nobody
get
can
to the, yeah.
get out.
But we can either have steps going up from there. And our first inspection is actually 30 days.
30 days?
Yeah, remember?
Just in case there was to be a breakdown or anything, was there anything you had from the company saying of any problems they may have had with fires or blades or anything like that? I didn't see it in the packet, unless I missed it.
Yeah, the performance of the Berge XL10 is just phenomenal. I mean, it's like
It's not a big unit.
It is not a big unit. It's the most popular unit in the world, I believe, as far as wind, or at least in the U.S.
Well, in the U.S., yeah.
And just a super reliable. When we have done some studies, there are things that need to be checked on. We talked about blade cleaning. That's an essential. Leading edge blade, we're having an upgrade put on them where they put a Teflon edge on them, where it's or a stainless edge on them to kind of clean better.
Have you talked like to the fire department or anything in case there was a fire? Can they handle it? Do they understand it? Or are you going to have training for them as well?
There isn't a whole lot that can catch on fire. This is an all-metal device, and there really isn't. There's no fuels in it. There's no anything. Yes, electric can burn, per se, wires could, but there really isn't going to be anything to put out. It can be turned off from the ground, and that would disable any current in or out of it. So.
One last question. The operation, you're really going to be doing this from 7 to 11 with the turbines going? Or was
No,
it
they'd be 24/7.
24/7?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I thought I read something in one of the.
Oh, okay. No.
It said operational, and then it gave hours, so I was just wondering.
What'd you do?
Under construction, there was something.
Oh, okay, yes.
Construction was times when you're building.
When we'll be assembling and putting
But when
it
you
in,
went to operation, I
correct.
think it said 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Holidays, is that true?
Okay.
Can
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. You're probably referencing the seeker document. That's, I put our operations, and I noted on the top the turbines would be going 24 hours. So you did see our operation hours when they're open. Yeah, for when we're open. But there was a special note on it that talked about the turbines going.
The building will be open from 7 to 11?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, we'll call this hearing closed.
Thank
Move
you.
on to the next matter.
ZB 1604-5, upon the matter of request by Merida Ramnick for a special use permit to harbor hens and maintain an existing coop pursuant to Section 23570 of Town Code on premises 49 Seneca Road in an R2 residential district.
Let's see if I can remember, because now I know everything about termites, and I don't know nothing about chickens. All right, I forgot everything I had to say. First, the packets you guys have.
First, I need your name, your address.
Mersada Ramick, 49 Seneca Road.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole
Yes.
truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay. The packets you guys have is, has a chicken coop. I decided it would be way too small for any type of chickens, maybe one. And we decided to build a bigger one. And it's not gonna exceed, it's not gonna be bigger than what I wrote on the original papers.
Did you already build it?
Hmm?
Did you already build it?
It's in the construction phase.
That's
Almost
what's-
done.
That's what's there now, the red structure?
Yes, yes. I can give you guys pictures if you like to see.
I guess my question is, why would you build that before we,
Well, my thing is, if I don't get approved, I'll just get rid of it. My point was I like chickens, and I'm hoping you guys will approve me. But I would like you to see it, if you guys like. Who do I give you to? the way, okay,
Let me ask you a question.
go ahead.
Have you looked at or been aware of any of the myriad of other applications for chickens, ducks, pigeons, and other birds that we've dealt with in the last several years?
Yeah.
I seen it,
Okay, thanks.
I don't know if I seen any approved. I don't know, past 4 years, I don't understand some of the things that you guys did.
Well, we've had a lot of applications come before us for people who want chickens and ducks and things of that nature, and we've pretty much gone through a number of issues, the number of birds, how they're going to be managed health-wise, how they're going to be managed sanitation-wise, what steps you're taking to reduce or eliminate any attraction for predators and vermin that would be attracted. I mean, these are all things that we've gone through with almost every application that's come in front of us, and I understand. What strikes me about your application is your enthusiasm for chickens.
I love chickens.
Yes, I gathered that. I can see that. And I don't see in there a lot that indicates to me that you've done a lot of looking in terms of how to take care of the feed, how to take care of the birds, all of that.
Sure I do. Well, I didn't state it in it.
Right, that's,
Right.
so could you address that then?
Okay.
How are you going to keep track of the feed?
The
What are you
feed,
doing to keep
I'm
track of
planning
vermin
on-
and predators?
The feed I'm planning on keeping in the house, the majority of the feed. What's going to be given to them probably twice a day, as much as they can eat. I'm not going to keep it in there where rats and God knows what can get in it, okay? What else? Oh, yeah, I seen foxes around. They'll have a chicken coop, chicken house, where they're going to be locked in, closed in all night, where nothing can get to them. The chicken run will be enclosed on all sides, where nothing can get in. They'll be out during the day, where most of the time we're around, where I don't hope, nothing will get to them. What else did you ask me? The feed?
Sanitation?
The sanitation is going to be cleaned at least once a week. The poop and everything else will be scooped out and cleaned. The way it's designed is where we're going to have something that you can be taken out. I will have either sawdust or a sand at the bottom, so it'll be easier to clean it out. That'll be done. The feed. In the winter, I'm hoping to insulate it a little bit better, and if it's too cold for them, they will have a light. What else? The place where we're hoping to put the chicken coop, it will be kind of in a, there's at least 50 feet any type of property around.
Isn't this where it's going to be?
That is, yes. That's next to the garden, if any of you pass by my property. It's kind of in a place where if I turn my light on, if I hear any noise or anything, I turn my light on, I can see the whole chicken coop and everything around it. Where if I put it behind my house, it will be too close to one of the neighbors who are on the side of me, or to the neighbors in the back of me. Right there where it is, it would be kind of far away from everybody. To smell it, see it. Once everything goes green, you're barely going to see that there's a chicken coop in there. So, I don't know. What else to say? I mean, we're going to have them checked. The places that I looked at that we could purchase some chickens or babies, they are already given shots, and they're going to come with a health certificate. We will take them to the vet every year if that's what it needs to be, to make sure they're still healthy. Not many people will handle them. They'll be seen, but not touched that much for anything like salmonella or anything, Eggs from the hens will be stored every day, taken out if there's any, and put in the fridge where they won't get contaminated and get bad. That's about it. I mean, my birds, I feed seagulls all the time at the lake, every day, winter and everything. So that's my chickens until I get the real ones.
And I see that you submitted along with your application. There was a letter that was signed by a number of your neighbors.
Yes.
Looks like 6 neighbors from 60 Seneca Road, 43 Seneca Road, 52 Seneca Road, 244 Brandon Road, 238 Brandon Road. I assume those are behind you, the properties?
I kind of went around my property. There was only one person that I couldn't find her at that time when I was doing this. I mean, I can still ask her for permission and everything.
And then 74 Seneca Road being the other. So
Most
the neighbors
of these are around my house,
all
exactly.
around your house, right?
Yes.
Across the street
Yes.
and behind it.
Yes, and the next to me.
And that letter from all of them indicates that
It's okay.
they are supportive of your application.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, there's a little paragraph on here. I would like to have as many chickens as the town would allow. Now, we've had limits before, right?
We've never approved more than 4. There was one woman who I recall had 8 or 9, and we told her that she couldn't get any more, and that we wanted her to get them down to 4 as quickly as possible.
Well, that's why I left it to you guys. Whatever you get me approved, I'll be happy with, if I get approved. You know, I'm not requesting a whole flock. I'll move to the country and have 50 when that time comes.
Okay.
A couple of goats.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
The fencing you got around the coop, does any of that go below the ground in case anything were to dig under?
No, the coop itself has a floor.
No, well, I'm talking the fencing around the whole thing.
It will be all closed in, so nothing can get in
Yeah,
or out.
But it's at ground level is where it stops?
Right, right. I mean, that can be fixed where it can go a couple of inches in the ground, you know, so nothing can dig in. But usually during the day, somebody's all the time around.
The best
and-
application that we had was one of the first ones, and they had the chicken wire going 2 feet into the ground, all the way around to prevent burrowing animals from digging under and getting in.
That's a possibility. Easy to dig out and put it there. If that's something that needs to be done, it'll be done.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this application?
I have few of my neighbors, they fall asleep. They kind of woke up, but
That sometimes happens.
I know. They know everything about termites now.
Is there anybody here to speak in opposition to this application?
That's Miss Elizabeth. I'm sure she is. I love her.
Do you want to come up and talk to us, or? Okay, all right. And anyone that wants to talk to us about chickens, chicken wire, or anything like that? All right, we'll close the hearing with respect to that application and move on to the next item that we have. Well, actually, we don't have any other items on our,
Excuse me, Chairman. May I interrupt with just one comment or note of action? So even though the application for Lighthouse Point has been postponed, there still is lead agency being sought by the planning board. So this board needs to determine whether or not they're in favor of allowing the planning board to serve as lead agent for the purposes of seeker in the application that's before this board and also before the planning board. So if you want to talk amongst yourselves and then indicate your support.
usually we do that during the deliberation portion of the meeting.
Do you want to do that during the deliberation? I'm sorry, I wasn't sure of the order of operation.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
We have, are there any of the tabled items intended to be before us tonight?
Definitely, I see Brown Road, and is 260 Daly here? I don't know, and 116 Keating? And 160 Densmore, are you doing anything on that one?
Well, I'll provide the update on the 160 Densmore. That application is currently before the seeker portion. Seeker review is currently with the planning board. They have yet to declare lead agency and make their determination of significance. So as soon as the planning board completes that activity, then this board could take up the application once seeker has been satisfied.
But there's no need to take that application off the table tonight.
Nope, keep it where it is.
There's no need to take 116 Keating Drive or 260 Daly Boulevard off the table tonight.
Yeah, I don't.
Those were both tabled with the applicant's consents, so I don't
The
believe that
116
the time would be running on those, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to remind the board that I believe that there was a time limit of some sort placed on 116 Keating. And in terms of how much time they would have to come back before this board with the information that was being requested. And I'd have to check the minutes, but I thought it was this month. And I don't.
Someone refresh our recollection as to
I
that?
think you gave them 2 months.
All right.
And they were before the board originally in February.
Was it the February meeting?
And we can double check maybe the minutes if they're in here.
Last time I had spoke with the husband, he said he was gonna back out.
They weren't so enamored of chickens anymore.
They kept changing their minds, so
Okay. All right, so I would make a motion that we move case number ZB 1603-1 pertaining to 738 Brown Road from the table to tonight's agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 6 votes in favor, no opposed, 1 board member is absent, and we will now consider the item that's now next on our agenda.
Yeah, I apologize. A tabled item, request by Robert Palermo for an area variance to maintain an existing garage addition exceeding maximum allowable square footage and exceeding maximum allowable front width on premises 738 Brown Road in an R2 residential district.
Robert Palermo, 738 Brown Road.
You swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
When you were here last month, we tabled this so that we could look at the hearing that had been undertaken at the original time of your original application. And I was given a link, as I think we all were, to a July meeting, which, as it turned out when I reviewed that, that was actually an adjourned meeting for the owner at the time to appear and say that he supported and was okay.
And I believe it was something, you wanted a fire marshal to check the setback from the house, I believe also.
Yeah, well, right. My point being that the meeting that we were looking at was the one from June, I believe it was, of, it was the month before what we were given the link for. But I found that meeting, and I was able to, the visual was good, but the audio left a lot to be desired in terms of reviewing that. And I was unable to determine if there had been any questions asked about whether you had any intentions of closing in the garage. What was able to be heard was an indication that we were being asked to approve a garage with a carport. And that's what we approved.
That was the original plan, correct?
So I couldn't hear any discussion. It didn't appear that there was any relative to enclosing it or not, which was one of the concerns that I had at the last meeting. Since the last meeting, I understand that you have enlisted and discussed with your neighbors, and we've received a letter signed by a number of your neighbors, who I'll list in a moment, indicating that they have no objection to the enclosure, that you've instructed that you're an excellent neighbor, takes very good care of his property, they believe you're an asset to the neighborhood, and they ask that we grant you the variance or any other permission required to keep it as it is. And that's signed by neighbors at 29 Green Lawn Drive, 49 Castleview Drive, 39 Castleview Drive, 2 people there. Another from 49 Castleview, 42 Castleview, 2 people from 29 Castleview Drive, 1 from 20 Green Lawn, another from 20 Green Lawn, 2 from 54 Castleview, 2 from 69 Castleview, and 2 from 64 Castleview. As I recall from when I looked at the property last month, that would encompass every neighbor who lives in your immediate area residential-wise. Is that correct?
Pretty most of them, whoever wasn't home, wasn't on, you know.
And then I also wanted to make reference to a note that was received in the town on March 30th. And I'll point out that every one of the 16 people who signed the letter in support of your application was forthright enough to set forth their names and their address, unlike the individual who submitted this note to my address to myself and the board. Please take note that if you allow the Brown Road garage to stay enclosed, I will also do the same without permits and approval, so just be forewarned. I take that as a threat, and I want to make it clear, it's not in any way a reflection on you, but whoever the individual who wrote this is, who doesn't have the courage or the forthrightness to set forth their name and their address, the town will be aware of this, and people who proceed, and the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but people who proceed intentionally to violate town ordinances and codes, as this gentleman or lady threatens to do, can be prosecuted criminally for that, in addition to trying to come in front of us and gain permission. You didn't realize that you needed our permission to do that.
I would like to comment if I could. I mean, like the original, when I mentioned in the first meeting, I did talk to the guy that put up the building originally, and he gave me the complete understanding that I probably I didn't need any other permits to do what I did because the footprint and the roof line weren't changing. And shame on me for just assuming that. And I didn't try to do it behind anybody's back, and I definitely wasn't looking for forgiveness for doing it. I just didn't realize I was doing something against the town code.
Oh, I understand
and I apologize for that. I mean, it wasn't my intentions.
And that is what distinguishes you significantly from whoever the author of this note is.
Okay.
And I would also warn them that if that note gets tied to a future application, I can't imagine them having a very pleasant experience in front of us that night.
That being said,
yes,
Mr. Chairman, it bothers me that we don't have the original transcript or a complete transcript of the original meeting or a good videotape, because based on my recollections, we had this conversation about not enclosing that, because at the time, that carport, at the time, this garage was so big that the carport was even to make it larger, and we did speak about it, that if we did allow them to have the carport, as a matter of fact, I remember not even wanting them to have the carport. And we decided to give them the carport with the understanding we wouldn't enclose it. And I understand that his neighbors like him. I understand he keeps his property nice. I understand his worry was keeping things secure in the carport. I mean, he could put a 6-foot fence around the back of the property that would, a nice wood fence or whatever type of fence he'd like to put around there to keep it more secure. I think the fact that the gentleman, Mr. Palumbo, what you did wasn't right. You did it without a permit, and you are not going to get my vote on this one. And it does. I mean, I don't like this letter at all, and I agree with you. Whoever sent that should have put their name on it and been right up front about it. But what is to stop other people from doing what he does, just like the other applications that we get? That people put fences up, they do all types of. Well, why are we here? Why, as a zoning board, are we here to do variances and to make allowances for certain things when people just go ahead and do it? and then they don't have any.
You're making it sound like I went intentionally did it behind your back, and that is not the case. And I
Well,
apologize for that. I didn't
And
understand.
Again, I have to take you at your word, but it doesn't look that way. You know, again,
Change your opinion.
you know,
I've invested a lot of money in the property, and I don't want to have it taken down because I made a mistake. It was just a misunderstanding on my half, and I do apologize
but
for it.
if everybody comes in and says they
I
made
don't
a
argue
mistake,
that with you. I mean, you're making it sound like I'm doing it
Then
intentionally.
we're going ahead and just approving people to put a warehouse in their backyard.
It's not a warehouse.
It's huge.
Okay, well, when I
The
bought the
overall
property,
footprint- the
when I
overall
originally bought the
footprint of the
property,
building-
I decided I was going to put a big garage up on it because I have a lot of asset. And that was a
overall
property that was
foot-
surrounded by commercial property, the school and the doctor's office. There was no direct neighbors that have to look at it, which was discussed in the first meetings in 2012. And that was the reason you guys allowed this, because there was nobody that was directly affected. It wasn't an eyesore. It was, I mean, there was,
And
nothing
I
was
recall
intentional. I
we
put
talked
my life
about-
savings into this house, not to have it taken down and make a mistake. That's not my intent.
I recall that we talked about this carport not being enclosed. Matter of fact, I was against the carport completely, and then we discussed if we gave it to you that you wouldn't enclose it. So, you know,
okay.
I'm just trying to. It's a 1,344 square foot garage. It's bigger than a lot of people, a lot of the
One of the
houses.
smallest ones that I'm not gonna, I don't know what the limits are, but I've got lots of
900
buddies that have
square
bigger barns. I know they're not all around quite, but, I have a lot of assets. I got 2 trucks, 2
I
motorcycles,
understand that.
cars,
I
boats. I mean,
understand that, but,
it's
you know-
just, the house is my toys. I mean, I don't see the wrong in this.
Well, the wrong is that you enclosed it without coming before us. or
All right, I'm
getting a
sorry.
variance.
I've got nothing else to say.
Again, I won't be voting for it.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
You are the property owner now?
Yes, I am. It was just a circumstance when I first bought the property that I couldn't put it in my name right away. I was going through a bunch of financial issues. But it is in mine and my wife's name right now.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I just had, can I ask our attorney, please?
Sure.
In the event that we were to say yes, okay, and then somewhere down the road, somebody did the same type of thing, and we tried to turn them down, and they said, well, wait a minute, we've got Brown Road as an example, that we let them have it, wouldn't we be open for litigation?
It could create some precedent. Each application would depend on the particular facts and circumstances. It sounds like here there might be some unique ones, but your question about, setting precedent one way or the other is certainly a good one. It could establish some precedent the town would have to deal with.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
That bothers me a little bit, while we're here on this subject, because I was even talking about it tonight, that we consider each individual case on its own merits, that we don't set precedences, and that's why we would, I forget what I was talking about at the time, was it?
Boat across the street.
Earlier.
Oh, the boat across the street, yeah. Now, you're saying that we could, unwittingly perhaps, but we could still set a precedent. Now, I gotta think about, do I want to vote for something that could set a precedent or not? To me, it's a gray area. I don't want to be in a position to be involved in setting precedences for anybody in this town, because everybody's got different circumstances. They may be minor, but there's still some differences. I don't know of a situation where somebody could end up with doing what he did, which, by the way, I can understand why you did it. I would rather have you come here and got the permit and so forth for it.
I wish I
But
would
you
have.
know that, and I don't want to drive that into the ground, but somebody else could do something similar. They could do it with, but I don't know. I've never seen anything like that done before. I guess I'm not going to lose any sleep over somebody else imitating what he just did. It could be different, though. It could be a porch that they enclosed or something like that. I don't know. But now I'm nervous about voting for any of these variances that could be precedent setting. I thought we had the right to debate and weigh the merits of each case on its own merits or demerits.
And you certainly do. The facts and circumstances of each case do matter, and whether the board entertains a motion for or against this application, I would urge you in your resolution to cite the specific facts and circumstances here that you think are operative, and that will help address your concern about, a uniform precedent that would apply more globally. I think we want to be very particular here, one way or the other, as to what the particular facts and circumstances are that are impacting the board's decision.
Mr. President, I have 3 questions. Sorry. Well, is there an interior wall?
Yes.
So you still have the interior wall there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What would be the cost, what was the cost to enclose it?
Well, the contractor quoted me $2,000 less the door, but I ended up doing myself half of that plus the doors. I got about, I'd say around $1,500-1,600 into it right now.
So what would be the cost to remove it?
My labor, and just, there's nothing I can do with the stuff, I got to throw it away. It's worthless.
So it'd be a net loss of 15, 16.
I'm guessing around, I don't know the exact numbers, but somewhere around there.
If the contractor said that you didn't need a permit, why didn't you let the contractor do it, just because it was cheaper?
Yeah, you want to make $2,000 on profit on the labor, and I thought it wasn't worth that much. I was more or less just feeling them out to see what it was worth, because I knew it was something I was able to do. I just didn't know how much he was willing to do it for, because he put the structure up itself fairly reasonable.
Will the loss of $1,600 injure you personally financially, other than loss of $1,600?
Yeah, I'm retired. I don't have much income coming in. I basically work off my life savings. What I have saved is how I've been doing this project.
Okay, thank you.
How was it put in?
Pardon me?
How's it put in?
Well, the original building, the roof extended out over.
Right,
It's a
and
pole
the
barn, so it's
posts
got
were up.
6x6s in the ground. That's where I stated that the property, the footprint and a roof line didn't change in this, and
Right.
was one of the factors why I didn't think that I needed a permit, and what led me to believe that the contractor didn't think there was a need for it either.
So
And
these
this
are
is-
metal panels, right?
Yeah, yes.
Are they
yes, it
screwed
is.
into the poles?
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to put 2x4s, they call them purlins. You got to run a band around the bottom, and they're spaced every 2 foot. Then you screw it to that, and the door opening was framed out for the garage door opening and the cost of the garage door.
So what would be entailed labor-wise in terms of taking those things down?
As we just discussed, I don't know the exact numbers, around 1,600, maybe a little more.
Well, you're
Cost of
talking, you're
materials.
talking about throwing the materials out.
I can't use them.
I'm not talking about throwing
sure.
them out. I'm talking about taking them down,
Mhm.
and once they're down, letting us deal with the application the way we would have done the first time around, had you come and gotten permission. And we can vote it up, we can vote it down, but it'd be voted up or down without us looking at, well, it's already done, and now because I'm very concerned about that. I'm concerned about the number of things that we seem to be getting that it's, and it's not you, and I'm not in any way implying that it was intentional on your part. The things that we hear frequently, I didn't know I needed a permit, I didn't know that I would need to do that, and Mr. LaPerry makes a very good point, that if we continually approve things because, as in your case, it's done nice, the neighbors like it, you maintain your property well, and, if we continually do that, then what we're doing is eviscerating the whole foundation of the ordinance. So my question is, by having you take it down, then dealing with it, and perhaps letting you put it back up, which wouldn't lose the materials, I wouldn't think, because they're already there. It would be your labor in taking it down, putting it up. That, it seems to me, sends a message that we're not just going to approve things because they're done without our input.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
I follow where you're going, yeah.
And how much would that entail in terms of labor is what I want to.
It took 3-4 days to put up. I would imagine the same to take it down and put it back up.
Assuming we allowed you to put it back up.
Just a little piece took 3 or 4 days to put up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a one-guy show, so I had a little bit of help putting it up, but I try to do most things myself when I can.
Would you be willing to do that?
If that's the only way I can keep it, absolutely.
Well, I'm not guaranteeing you that you'll be able to keep it, but that puts us, that when you come back to us, that puts you in the position that you would have been in when you should have come to us originally. And then, obviously, we all know that you have the materials, and that you can put it back up pretty easily if we say yes. But we also know that if we say no, that it's on the merits of the application and not because we're presented with a done deal. And everyone in the town knows that it's because it's on the merits of the application and not because it's a done deal. And that's a concern.
Right.
Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I want to do what it takes to, keep it. Absolutely.
All right.
Again, I think it should come down, so.
Well, he's saying he'll take it down.
If it comes back to us then we gotta look at it.
Then we'll look at it. All right. All right. Anything else? Is there anyone here to address this application? Anyone here who wants to speak in favor of it? Step right up.
My name's Frank Luce. I live at 54 Castleview Drive. Mr. Palermo's a neighbor of mine. I've been on the street for 14 years. The house was an eyesore before he moved in, just because it wasn't taken care of. It was a rental property. It had a bunch of different businesses in there. I just came to support him because it looks nice. It doesn't look large by any means. Being next to the school, being next to the doctor's office, it looks very small relative to the neighborhood, and being on Brown Road. And all my neighbors signed the petition like I did. Most of my neighbors, out of, I don't know how many signatures, probably 6 or 7 signatures,
16.
Can see that from their house like myself. I walk out, I see that. My neighbor Sam, who signed it right next door, walks out, he sees that. You can see it right out of his living room window. Same with myself. Same with Bob next to me. Same with Victor across the street. He can see it from his backyard. We all can see it. It's nothing to us as far as what it looks like. It's neat and clean, and some people actually didn't like it the way it was before he did it. And I'm not going to mention names. It was some of the older people on the street. They didn't like the clutter. So once it was up, they didn't see the clutter. So that was a no-brainer as far as them willing to sign the petition on that. I have nothing to gain on this. It's just I felt it necessary to speak on his behalf.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have any questions?
Well, just to Mr. Palermo, if there was clutter in the carport at one point, why not put a stockade fence around the outside of it or something? I mean, or a stockade fence around your backyard part, as opposed to.
I'm not sure if it was actually cluttered. I just,
It's just stuff
snow
that-
plows, tires from different vehicles. I mean, the typical stuff you would kind of put on the side of your garage, except my side of the garage is wide open because there's no neighbors or shrubs or anything to bury it.
Just a stockade fence along that side of the garage and corner.
I'm not opposed to that either because when the soccer season starts in lacrosse, there's balls coming in the yard all the time, and I'm waiting for them to dent the car or the building as it is. So I wouldn't have a problem even doing that, just to slow that part of it down.
Again, I think I would have done that before I just put the walls
up. Like I said, I didn't.
Have you seen the building, sir?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think of it?
Well, he keeps his place great. I mean, there's no
as far
doubt.
as the
Even the
size of
last time when he came to the board for this garage and carport. I mean.
So if you were a neighbor, would you object to it?
Yes.
Would that bother you?
Yeah, it's huge. I wouldn't want a warehouse like that next door to me.
It's a garage. It's not a warehouse.
1,300 square foot.
My brother has
barn.
one on Avondale, a garage the same size.
Well, again, I wouldn't want it next door to me. It's too large. It's not a garage.
I just think we're all individuals, and like Mr. Thomas said, every one of these is on an individual basis. Everybody has a different circumstance, and I'm not saying that he shouldn't have done this without a permit. I'm just saying everybody has circumstances that should be allowed or disallowed. Everybody's different.
Right, and as a point of reference, the town code allows for a garage, a detached garage up to 900 square feet. Right, and anything above that requires a variance. And we've had several applications, even prior to when Mr. Palermo came in front of us originally, where we turned down larger structures above the 900. We had one, I think the month before, I think it was back in February, where someone wanted to build a garage and we cut down the size of the garage they wanted to build.
And I
reference to
absolutely
that.
agree with that, because
Right,
I've had
and-
to move from streets. I've been in Arundequoit my whole life. I'm in my third house now. I've had to move because of situations when I didn't want to.
So what I'm saying is that, yes, I'm aware of
So it needs to
all
be
the
done.
things that you're talking
It
about.
needs to be done in certain situations. It absolutely has to be done. But in this situation, being the only house on Brown Road with a school next to it and the doctor's office next to that, it's,
I don't necessarily disagree with that at all. I mean,
And that's part of the reason we gave him the over 1,000-foot square garage when he came in the last time, with the carport.
so, I mean, it's not a question of whether we think Mr. Palermo acted maliciously or anything. I don't believe any of us think that. It's not a question of whether we like what's there or not. We know that he takes good care of his property, and we know that he's really very skilled at, maintaining his property and improving it well. It's other considerations that we have, and that's
I understand that.
what we're dealing with, so.
Absolutely. And we need you there to do that. I mean, I understand that, or I probably wouldn't be living in Arundequoit all these years if I wasn't happy with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that wants to speak in favor of the application? Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Anyone that wants to just talk to us about it? Seeing none, we will close the case with respect to that matter. And there's nothing else that's on our agenda for hearings, correct? All right, but the 116 Keating Drive, that was, oh no, it was Daly Boulevard that we gave the limit to, right?
No, it was Keating was the
Keating.
the application that had been
Okay.
given a time period.
2 months, I think.
Yeah, so I'm
pretty sure it was 2 months.
And if I'm recalling correctly, the 260 Daly one, that was to alleviate the issue with the rats.
Right, she had to just submit something saying everything was fine from the exterminator.
Have we received?
No, I didn't receive that, no. I'm not sure if she misunderstood.
That's from last month, right?
Yeah, that's
All
just
right,
from last month.
so we have time
So
on
I'll
that.
ask her.
She was supposed to come this month, though, wasn't she? We gave her a
Well,
month.
it was tabled for her to submit something, so.
Yeah, oh, a clean report on her property. Remember, she had to get that from the exterminator.
Did we give her a time limit?
That person we didn't. The other person we said, we gave them up to 2 months to.
I don't recall
come
that, but
back.
if we did it,
No.
we haven't violated. The main concern is that I believe, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that if we don't do something within 65 days, then the law says that we have effectually done something. And I'm not sure if it's approve it or reject it.
So if you don't take action within 62 days,
62 days.
the application is deemed denied.
Deemed denied, okay, all right.
So would that happen with the Keating Road then? One?
Right, because, Mr. President, they had chickens there without permission, so
Ones
the
that were given
follow-up
to them.
to get, to remove them from the premises
Yeah.
at this point.
Right. Well, during the deliberation portion of the meeting, we'll deal with Keating Road. So I think that's everything that's on our agenda for this evening, correct?
Carrie, do you know if Keating Road was 2 calendar months or was it 2 meeting dates?
I think it was specified meeting dates, and I thought that this April meeting was the latest that they would be eligible to come back before the board with the additional information that had been requested of them. And I think it was a potential redesign and more information about how they were going to be keeping the chickens on site.
we're looking at 3 months.
What happened?
Hearing date was on the 7th of January.
Right. So what happened was you gave them, you said it come back within 2 months, and then at the last meeting, they said they couldn't make it, contacted our attorney and Mr. Hinman, and they said that's fine. But then
That's
they had to
right.
come up this month.
Right, okay.
And then we reminded them, and we had actually told them, if you don't come this month, the board has to still act. So if you're not here, they're going to act. Yeah, that's how we left it.
Great, thank you. Then we will be adjourned until 10:15.
confusing because it's Monroe County, Iowa. First I thought it was us. Remember, yeah, architect got that up. And I didn't laugh.
Out that it was Monroe County, ironically Iowa as well. But yeah, you should pass this along to the town board.
May I take a look at it?
Sure. All right, as I look out in the now almost vacant room, I see that we have the applicant on number 1 and number 3. So we will start with the first item on our agenda, which is the application pertaining to 876 to 898 East Ridge Road. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. And this is for the sign for spot grooming in front of the Ridge Hill Square Plaza. Is there a motion that anyone wishes to make?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application according to the following findings. There is no change to the neighborhood because it's just an additional part of a larger sign that we're adding. There's no real alternative to this because that's the best place to put a sign, which turns out to be the only visual reference of this new business behind the building. So it's important that it's up there in the front. It's not a substantial request because the square footage of the sign is small enough and it'll fit right in with the existing signs. In the front, there will be no physical or environmental conditions changed in the neighborhood, and it's only self-created from the standpoint that they're innovating a new business in the town, or in that location in the town, which I think is a very positive thing.
I'll second it.
Okay. And I would add as one of the findings that because their business is located in the rear of the building, in the absence of a sign, there would be nothing to identify the location of the business.
Right.
So. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, 6 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. 1 board member is absent. The next item on our agenda is the application pertaining to 400 Bakers Park. This is an
unlisted action.
Unlisted action for which we need to make a seeker finding. And what one is this for?
That's for 1241 Titus.
Oh, okay. And in the information that, in the packet that was distributed to us pertaining to this application, there was a environmental impact statement. I think it was the short form.
It was the long form EAF.
Long form, well, I
And
thought it was the short form because it was only, like 7 or 8 pages as
Yes.
opposed to 30 or so. Usually that's regarded as being short, but we had the full environmental assessment form. That's what they referred to it as. Did everyone have an opportunity to review that? So I would make a motion that we adopt the conclusions set forth in the document, which I believe is that it would not have any significant environmental impact. Is that the right finding?
That's correct, yep.
Okay.
And issue a negative
And
declaration.
issue a negative declaration. Thank you. Is there a second for that?
I second.
Any discussion?
The question is setbacks, right?
The issue before us is setbacks. The environmental impact form asks whether or not there's any significant environmental impact.
Okay, so we're voting on that part.
And we're voting that to make,
Yeah, to
do
make
a
it-
negative declaration. That's what this vote pertains to, correct? Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And any abstentions? So the motion carries 5 in favor, 1 opposed, no abstention, 1 board member is absent, and it was a negative declaration. Does anyone wish to make a motion with respect to the application itself?
I'll make a motion that we approve the application as requested, and we allow I-Squared to install 2 small wind energy systems with less than required setback. We do that based on that for what they're trying to accomplish here with the zero energy, they actually have to have the windmill technology, and so there really isn't any other feasible alternative. I don't believe it really causes any undesirable change in the neighborhood. In fact, I think it'll become a something for everyone to look at as they see them in motion. I don't consider this substantial, although you might add, since they are over 100 feet high, that perhaps it's substantial towers. But again, I think located behind the building, that there's really not a substantial request. Adverse physical and environmental effects, I don't believe there's any adverse effects involved here. And as far as being self-created, certainly it is. The folks are building a building, and because of that, they have to have the windmills installed. So as I mentioned, I would vote for passage of this request.
I'll second the motion, and I would add to the findings that although I would have liked to have heard more of the why, that the applicant did indicate that they had considered a number of other alternatives that would not have required the variance, and determined that those were not feasible, mainly because of the effort to preserve the free, open nature for free passage of pedestrians and bicyclists on Baker Place. And I also would note, with respect to there were maps that were submitted that had information on that included radiuses of the 137 feet, which under the Small Wind Energy Systems Ordinance, and as part of the findings, I would specifically reference that on February 17th, 2009, the town board passed the Small Wind Energy Systems Ordinance, and by passing that ordinance, they specifically made findings that towers up to 150 feet for wind energy systems were a permitted use in any zoning district in the town. And while they made reference in there to the fact that the distance requirements could not be the subject of variances, the state legislature, in enacting the town law, has specifically provided this board with the authority to grant variances under certain circumstances, and the town board cannot lawfully take away the authority that's granted to us by the state legislature. So what we have in front of us is not an issue of whether the wind turbines are environmentally consistent or not. The town board has already made that determination. It's not whether they're aesthetically pleasing or not. The town board's already made that determination. The issue before us is simply whether or not we will allow a variance that would allow the tower to be built closer to the road than the ordinance would otherwise allow. And in looking at the map, that's, I don't see a date on it here, but it has the circles from the locations of the towers of where they would be. And I note that the 137 feet, which is the distance that the town board in the ordinance requires, that circle lies, it crosses Stranahan Park, but the outer edge of it falls into areas that are used for parking across Stranahan Park, comes into a corner of the area that is parking for the maintenance building. It encompasses a portion of Stranahan Park. It encompasses the parking lot behind what is labeled Building 1. It encompasses Building 1. It encompasses Baker Park, and it goes over at the far extreme to a portion of the parking lot in the Music Way area. And if you look at the circumference of that, not the circumference, but the diameter of that circular area, that distance, and if you move it to where the ordinance would allow, it does not impact negatively upon any residential area. It impacts solely upon the areas that right now are under the control of the developer and the applicant. And with respect to the issue of the variance impacting on Baker's Park and whether that's dedicated, that's an issue for the town board, which passed the ordinance that allows for the turbine to be erected in the first place. So I would add those findings as well to what was stated by Mr. Hammond. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, I'll add two more findings. That I think the current location where they want to put it, looking at it, actually mitigates damage to pedestrians and increases the, instead of having a greater risk for pedestrian damage, should a catastrophic failure happen, it actually increases the property damage. So it kind of precludes damage to any bypassing pedestrians. And the second correction I would make is that there are feasible alternatives. However, the purpose and intent of this is to stimulate education and to provide the community with an education basis for green energy.
All right. We will make those findings as well. They're part of the motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries. 5 votes in favor, 1 vote opposed, no abstentions. 1 member of the board remains absent tonight. Next item on the agenda for our consideration is the application pertaining to 1241 Titus Avenue. Does anyone wish to make a motion with respect to, well, this is
an unlisted action.
It's an unlisted action. Okay, so we need to make a secret determination then with respect to this, correct?
Correct.
And we've been provided with a short environmental assessment form that indicates that there is no or small impact on the environment and the neighborhood with respect to this issue. I would make a motion that we make a motion to adopt a negative declaration with respect to this application.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 6 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. 1 member continues to be absent. With respect to the application itself, does anyone wish to make a motion?
I make a motion on 1241 Titus Avenue that we deny this motion. I understand that they just purchased this boat this winter and weren't aware of the laws and the zoning laws in the town of Arundequoit. Because it is into April now, they are allowed to keep the boat there until November. So I think by this coming fall, they should have more than enough time to make arrangements to park the boat for winter storage off-site. Do I need to go through all the alternatives and
Yeah, we have to make the
I do believe it is it will hurt the neighborhood character in leaving the boat there for the winter. I do know that there are alternatives. They can, winter storage is all over the place for boats and RVs and other equipment. I believe, as far as their request, it was substantial. I believe it, it's not necessarily an environmental issue, but physical and appearance issue. It is a self-created problem because they did buy a boat, not knowing that they couldn't store it in their driveway. They can store it there in the summer months, but in the winter months, again, they need to put it away somewhere. We did suggest some alternatives, off-site storage or possibly, putting a garage door in the back of their garage to slide it into their backyard. That is up to them.
I'll second that motion. I would also note by way of a finding that there's nothing really unique about their situation as opposed to any other property in town that for whatever reason they're unable to store a recreational vehicle or a boat or a landscape trailer or anything else of that nature at the side or the back of their house. There are a number of houses in the town that are in that exact same circumstance, and I don't find anything unique in that respect about their circumstance that would warrant variance.
If it weren't for some of their shrubbery, which they have nice shrubbery, they probably could get the boat out back. But so they do have some alternatives.
There are. Any other discussion?
Well, I guess I don't exactly agree with all the findings, but the fact of the matter is that they can have that boat there from April to November. To me, from November to April, so, let's see.
4 months.
4 months. That they would have to find another place for it. I think the thing is practically out of sight to begin with. I think that's a little bit of an unusual situation. They have this huge driveway. They have a bend in it. I mean, it's in and out type of thing. And this thing is kind of stuck in the corner. I guess I don't see the. I guess I'm not so bent on seeing them have to move it.
I agree that it's not an eyesore where it is, but I don't see that they've established a reason to warrant a variance. That's where I don't see it as being a bad thing, and certainly they're not trying to do anything bad, but I just don't see that they've put in an explanation that's sufficient enough to grant a variance, that's all. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries. 5 votes in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions, and we still have 1 board member who is absent tonight. The next item on our agenda is the application pertaining to 49 Seneca Road. This is also
It's an unlisted action.
Unlisted action, and I think on this one she also did a environmental.
Actually,
she did the short environmental assessment form, and there was an indication at the conclusion of it that there was no or small environmental impact, and I would move that we make a negative declaration with respect to this application.
I'll second that.
Mr. Chairman, before there's a vote on that, I just would note there was a number of questions on the EAF that were incomplete. We might just want to go through and complete those quickly. The first one was, does the proposed action only involve the legislative adoption of a plan, local law, ordinance, administrative rule, or regulation? That should be checked no. Does the proposed action require permit, approval, or funding from any other government agency? The answer should be no. Zoning Board of Appeals would be the only approving body. Is the proposed action permitted use under the zoning regulations? The answer is no. requires a special use permit.
Doesn't that mean it's a permitted use?
You can go either way on that. You can say no, it requires a special use permit, or you could say yes, but I would suggest in either circumstance, depending how we answer it, we make a notation that a special use permit's required. So we don't give the appearance that it's permitted as of right.
All right. That makes sense. So just, I guess we
can say
check that no and just put special use required?
yes.
Okay.
Consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, we could say yes, because there is provision made via special permit. Proposed action consistent with the predominant character of the existing built or natural landscape. I defer to the board on that.
Where's that?
It's question 6.
I would say no.
Oh, I was at the wrong place. Okay. I would say no on that. Does the board agree?
Agreed.
Anyone disagree with that? Okay.
Those were the only items that weren't completed.
All right. So, motion is to make a negative declaration with respect to this application. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries 6 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions, and 1 board member is still absent. Is there a motion with respect to the application itself?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve this request with the following findings. First of all, any possible change to the neighborhood would be minimalized. She had a good plan there, and so it's not like she's changing a lot around the neighborhood. These chickens should be fine. I'm also going to add to this motion that we limit the number of hens to 4. There's no way to do this without having a variance, so there's no alternative to it. With 4 hens, it's not a substantial request, especially since she has a plan for protecting the food, a plan to keep predators out, and that type of thing. She seems to be on top of everything, and I particularly like that we didn't have to ask her for all this stuff. She was prepared with it. So that would minimize any physical or environmental effect on the environment because she's going to take good care of it. She's going to have the veterinarian check the hens, and I think that should be in the motion too. That be done once a year. And it is self-created, but most variances are.
So we're requiring, as we have in the past,
Yes.
that an annual veterinarian certification as to the health of the chicken.
Right.
Chickens. We're limiting it to 4 chickens and no roosters.
Right.
And just as a point of clarification, the motion on the table is for a special use permit, not a variance?
That's correct.
Okay.
Good point.
We don't have special use permit on the form.
Here we do. Have it on mine. Special use.
No. I mean,
Oh, that's one.
on the record of the motion, it doesn't list special. That's the one I fill out and sign.
We can update the form to include that.
Huh?
We can update the form to include that.
That might be helpful. All right. So we're eliminating the 4 chickens, no roosters, an annual veterinarian certification as to the health of the chickens. And are we going to ask as well for the town to review it within a year?
Yes. Perfect.
Be consistent, I think you also want to add that there could be no replacements if they lose a chicken.
Right.
We've done that on the other
Yep.
ones we've.
No replacement chickens.
That's good.
And I believe that the past special permits that we've granted have been limited to a term of 5 years or the death of the chickens, whichever occurs first. And that, of course, if a chicken is still alive at that point, they can come in and ask to renew it. Any other conditions that, I'm trying to think of what we've imposed in the past, I think that's pretty much it, isn't it?
There was some testimony given as to the location of the coop on the property, and an instrument survey map was provided. I don't know if the board would like to entertain any specific conditions regarding the location of the actual coop itself.
Well, by granting the special use permit, and I guess we can just put as a condition that it's to be located as
She actually had
submitted.
2 spots. She had one to the north of her vegetable garden and one to the west of her vegetable garden. She didn't specify.
The photograph that she handed to us tonight shows, and my viewing of the property shows that she's located this to the west of the vegetable garden, and that's the photographs that she presented to us tonight. That would be the condition as to the location of the coop. I would note that it's well within the boundary lines of the property. All of the immediately surrounding neighbors indicated that they were fine with it, and so I'll second the motion, having said all that. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries, 5 votes in favor, 1 vote opposed, 1 board member continues to be absent. There were next item on the agenda is...
Jim, can I bring up one thing about the chickens?
Sure.
We have that the town's supposed to be going and look at them. Is there any, can we get any reports or anything back to us saying?
We had
yes or
reports
no?
last summer on the 1-year checks.
You
that
did?
we
I don't
the year
remember.
before. Yeah,
Who was
Nick came in front of us and
Nick was going around and checking.
he was checking them, so...
We can ensure that, generally speaking, when these go in, we have in our system, sort of a notification would come up as a reminder that the year is coming up for the inspection. And if the board would like a report out as the year closes on the past approvals, we can be sure to communicate that via email to the board, or I'm happy to present that information verbally as part of the record. Either way.
I think what I would prefer, if it's okay, is I'd prefer to have it verbally during a meeting so that the town is aware that we are following up on that and do take that seriously, and so that they're all aware of that.
Okay.
If there are any issues or if there aren't.
Is the board amenable to having sort of periodic updates so that we can update you on those that inspections may have been done? And
I think if it's all right with everybody, I think we could designate August as our chicken reporting month. So you could just give us the annual things every August?
Perfect.
All right.
August it is.
You
I'm anxious to provide this report in a few months. I cannot wait.
We seem to be getting more and more of these, and the lack of limitation on education on our end, it's almost, I feel, we've asked for it before, is can somebody come in front of us, a veterinarian, somebody, to let us know, are we okay doing this? Because it looks like it's going to become more and more common in areas. Now, this particular one, it's a big yard and everything, but some of these are starting to go into small areas and so on and so forth.
Out of all the ones that we've done, I think the only one that we've had an issue so far has been Daly Boulevard.
And I'd like to have an answer if that was the cause.
Daly and Keaton also.
And Keating.
Well, yeah, Keaton we never approved, but all the ones we did approve, Daly's the only one that.
My concern is, what happened on Daly Road, was that because of the ducks and the chickens, or was it the area? If we had an answer on that in front of us when they come in front of us, it'd be a good thing, not just the the exterminator getting rid of the stuff. It's more that the town said it's the area.
Talking about the rats?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard one to pin down, exactly why did the rats come, but I will tell you,
They were
where you have
hungry.
chickens, it's pretty common to have rats.
Mm-hmm.
But that, Nick, was it Nick that did the last? Yeah.
Chicken report?
So he went with code enforcement. He didn't. He went
3 or 4 or 5 of them.
He went along with our code enforcement officer to go take a look at the, and part of that at the time was, as part of our own education as staff. And so I'll be happy to provide that same that same service.
Are you the contact officer with the county or multi-county agency that puts together those training programs for zoning boards and planning boards?
You know what? I have a direct line to the folks of the county that put that together, and so for an upcoming session, I can certainly suggest that they put together a speaker that can speak to this issue.
Because the topics seem to
And it's
repeat themselves year after year after year, and you know, we go and we hear about the same thing about what the standards are and all that. I'd love to have a training session on chickens and animals.
And there's precedent in other communities that have the same provisions or similar provisions as the town of Arundequoit, and so the city of Rochester and other surrounding municipalities would probably be able to lend some thoughts and materials to that conversation. So I can certainly put in a good word.
That would be perfect.
Okay.
All right. The next application that is on before us is the one for 738 Brown Road. This is a type 2 action, I believe.
It is. Actually, one second. I believe, Mr. Chairman, given the nature of the variance and since it's a detached structure, an argument could be made that it's an unlisted action.
No, we're talking about the Brown Road. Can an argument be made that it's type 2 as well?
Granting of area variances for single-family, two-family, and three-family residences is a type 2 action.
That's a single-family residence.
Construction, expansion, or replacement of minor accessory appurtenant residential structures include. So if this is deemed by the town and by the board to be a minor appurtenant accessory structure, it would be a type 2 action. Otherwise, it would be unlisted.
I would say for purposes of seeker, it's a minor.
It's an accessory structure for the purposes of seeker.
Minor appurtenant accessory structure.
Yeah.
We won't allow the word minor to carry over into any other determinations that we may make or not, but for that, so it's a type 2 action for seeker purposes. I would make a motion that we table this matter to our May meeting, and that in the interim, the applicant take all of the enclosing materials down so that we can consider his application in the manner that it should have been considered, which is without a completed structure in place.
Is that how it would work? I mean, or are you denying the application and with no prejudice to let them reapply?
Could either deny without prejudice, or the town may wish to make a recommendation to the applicant that he withdraw. The nature of the area variance request would be slightly different if we proceed as the chairman indicated, because it wouldn't be an area variance to maintain an existing structure. It would be an area variance to allow him to enclose a structure that doesn't yet exist as an enclosed structure.
I mean,
it would need to be advertised differently than it was advertised previously.
I would say we deny the application without prejudice, have him remove it, and then if he wants to reapply at that point, we'll look at it.
And you could certainly do that.
This way, at least we know it's coming down.
I can go for that. So I'll make a motion to deny the application without prejudice to renewal. And if he comes back to renew it after he takes it down, does he have to pay another fee, or can we waive that?
Oh, it's actually, that can be administratively
Is it dealt with?
dealt with.
Okay, good. Then I'll move to deny the application without prejudice to renewal. Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion?
I don't like the motion. I don't like the whole situation where the guy has made a mistake. He admits that. He's probably willing and would say yes to anything that we ask him to do. And he did that too. And he did it without a chip on his shoulder. He's not fighting with us. He obviously doesn't want to take it down because of it looks good, and he spent the money for the materials and so forth. And I think that by coming back here again tonight is kind of, in my opinion, enough of a a slap on the wrist to say you did bad, but not to make them take it down. That's my thought.
And I appreciate your thought. However, I do recall in our previous approval that he was not to enclose this structure because I didn't even want him to have the overhang because I felt what he was building was large enough. And as a group, we discussed it and said, let's give him the overhang, and as long as he doesn't enclose it. And I went along with it because it was I made a compromise. And the compromise that I made, the guy went ahead and did it anyway. So I recall it, and I know you tried to look it up. We couldn't get it, but.
See, now, there's a good point, because when we try to recall these situations of a year, 2, 3 years ago, I don't recall that. I think there was some discussion about.
Because I remember I was the one guy that didn't want the carport. I didn't want the carport because I felt what he was building was large enough. And everybody said, well, the carport looks good, and it does. I mean, the guy does nice work. I'm not taking that away from him. But I felt that he had ideas that he was going to enclose it down the road. That's why I didn't want to do the carport. And we talked about if we approve a carport, that you don't enclose it. And then, lo and behold, it's enclosed. So you guys call it a mistake. I think it was a purposely mistake.
And that could very well be.
Right.
But the guy that wrote us that other letter,
Yeah,
said, if
well-
you do this, I'm going to do mine in the helmet.
Well, that guy,
You know,
that guy is.
he's
no, you're right. That was inappropriate behavior by whomever he was, and I wish he should have come here and said that. But
I mean, we're not having that kind
but
of hostility.
that's not about him. That's about this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a different situation. But anyway,
Is it possible, because I was viewing that on the computer, is it possible to have them make a disc from the original that we could listen to?
We could try. I mean,
All right, because
the thing is, you got to use your mics. When we're after like this, when we don't use our mics, it doesn't come in. We could hear each other,
they
but
heard
it doesn't
me.
come on the disc.
I heard myself loud and clear on the
Because
tape, but I
you-
didn't say much during his
Right,
hearings.
So we got to remember to use the mics.
Yeah. All right.
For the sake of people watching on TV and the record.
Can you check and see? I believe it was June.
Yep.
That it was in, and I'm not sure if it may have been also in May.
Right, because it continued on.
It was in phases. Yeah.
We could see if it was any
I didn't
better.
check
It could be
May.
better.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to do that and table it until I do that? Or what do you want?
No, we're going to deny it without prejudice. Well, that's the motion that's in front of us. We're
Oh.
going to vote on that right now. So, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay. Nay.
Nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries, 5 votes in favor, 1 vote opposed, and no abstentions, and 1 board member continues to be absent. The next item, I would move to take the application pertaining to 116 Keating Drive off the table and restore it to our agenda for tonight.
second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 6 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. 1 board member remains absent. This is
It's an unlisted action.
unlisted action for seeker purposes. I would make a motion that we make a negative declaration with respect to this application. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 6 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions, 1 board member is absent. I would make a motion to deny the variance application. The applicant's been given an opportunity to come back to us and address the concerns that we raised at the first meeting. The applicant didn't return in February. The applicant indicated an inability to come in March and has not appeared tonight. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 6 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. We have one board member who continues to be absent. The 260 Daly Boulevard case remains on the table, but could you send a notice to her that we need to have her back in May, one way or the other?
Yes.
I believe that concludes the...
Oh.
There's one other matter. It's the Lighthouse Point application.
Yes, thank you. I'd forgotten about that. We have been asked by the planning board to consent to their acting as lead agency with respect to the Lighthouse Point project on Thomas Avenue and Pattonwood Drive. I would make a motion to concur with the planning board's desire to serve as lead agency with respect to that matter, with the stipulation that we would appreciate being advised by the planning board prior to their making a final determination as to what the substance of their deliberations or findings are.
With any zoning variances, that would be nice.
Right, in terms of any zoning implications. So with that caveat, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 6 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. One board member continues to be absent. Can you make that notation at the bottom of the, I'll add it. We are adjourned. There's no other business, right?
Just my pillow.
All right, we are adjourned then.
Pillow.